All right, let's do this. A big welcome to the Extreme Festival's penultimate round here at the City of Cape Town's prime diamond in the rough. There's no doubt about it. Killarney International Raceway has made a name for itself like no other circuit in the country, and slowly but surely becoming one of the best in the world as well, with international events coming back to the mother city in a couple of weeks' time. But we start things out now with the Extreme Festival's penultimate round, and joining me here from the City of Cape Town is Nzwaki. Nzwaki, great to have you again, buddy.
Good to see you. It has been a while. I'm so excited. The weather is beautiful and the motorsport industry is thriving.
The weather's beautiful. I don't know about that, hey? The cold front came in last night. I don't know if you checked.
I checked. Yeah, I was worried. I thought there will be some drizzling, but wow, look at this. This is beautiful. Perfect for the sport.
You're definitely for the sport. The engines are going to work well in these cool conditions, and I think there's going to be hot racing as always. But once again, the City of Cape Town behind international and local national championship events here at Killarney.
Absolutely, yeah. And we are thrilled and we're excited that Killarney is on a year-to-year showcasing and bringing the international championships here. This event will bring motor industry people across South Africa, and they will be here for a minimum of 5 days. So a big economic injection to the City of Cape Town's local economy, and we're excited. And the City of Cape Town's support is reflected by in the logo there, that the extreme sport sponsored by the City of Cape Town, and we are very excited about that. And I want to welcome everybody today, and it's a wonderful day to see the Extreme Sport Festival now coming back to the City of Cape Town. Judging from what we saw this morning, I'm sure that it's going to be sold out affair going to the week. Motorsport has become the key strategic sector in the City of Cape Town, supporting through its events department. Because we see the potential for the upward trajectory, the value of the sector in economic growth, job creation in particular, is among us. I mean, Killarney is supporting 750 regular income to people on its own. So that is very beautiful, and we embrace it. And Killarney is embraced by the community around it. So it touches base, and it's deep-rooted within this community here. So we know a majority of the participants here, their support crews, families come from outside Cape Town, and this is a good outlook for the local tourist sector within Cape Town. Motorsport contributes 357 million in Cape Town's economy, while supporting an extensive industry, thousands of jobs, race manufacturing, trade, servicing, repairs, parts, accessories. Additionally, motorsport has provided a popular Cape Town, and we have a long-standing motorsport culture, and it's especially exciting that the fans of motorsports can go to the racetrack to be entertained by these extreme vehicles in a safe and controlled environment. And the safety and security, we encourage that, because we say to the guys they must race safely, and this is an environment for them to come and race. Stay away from racing on the road. So our support for the event is such as this, to encourage more and more of motorsports enthusiasts to see there and to come here and see that this is an alternative space where they can take and racing instead of illegal racing into the public road. So today I would like to encourage those who are still taking part in illegal racing on the public roads or other spaces to please make use of the platform. We are providing such robot racing, for instance, in order to safeguard the lives, and they are threatened by the illegal racing. A while back, Killarney also launched the new spinning pitch, and I see it is being enacted today to provide an opportunity for car clubs and crews. Unique and never provided for within the Western Cape and within the country. So it's an exciting moment from us as the City of Cape Town. We are thrilled, we are excited, and we will continue to support this motorsport industry.
It's fantastic to hear, Zwaki. That's all we need from you, sir. Thank you so much. Enjoy the race day. I'm sure you're going to enjoy the action that's out on track today.
Absolutely.
And of course, we'll see you in a couple of weeks' time, because we've got a big international here in a couple of weeks' time. World Rallycross is back in Cape Town.
Absolutely, yeah. It's exciting, and I'm going to be here. And also a little tribute to, and condolences. I know we have lost Peter Conje and other colleagues throughout the week and the month. So really condolences. May his soul rest in peace with his colleague. We are here. It's a unique day because we will celebrating Peter and his colleagues that have departed the earth. So it's an exciting. I'll be here throughout the week.
Let me tell you something, he's still here, no doubt about it. The spirit of Peter's here, you can feel it just amongst us here.
I can definitely feel it.
And well, you enjoy your day today, sir. Thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you so much.
And we'll see you later on.
All right.
Right, there you have it. Let's go racing. It's time to get out on track and see what's going to happen here at Extreme Festival's penultimate round at Killarney International Raceway, supported by the City of Cape Town and Smile FM. Gazoo Racing Cup in the US League, and our media supporters are going out there, and a little bit of a changed up field this weekend, Marky. You've got your usual contenders and then a couple of the boss people joining you.
Yeah, correct. I think they are a little spanner in the works, because anybody goes near them, I think that's the end of your factory drive. So, but for the rest of us, yeah, it's quick. They're also there, but we're kind of mixing it up, and except 1 and 2, which is the young man next to me. But the rest of us are having a bit of a ding-dong already.
You've had some good ones so far this season, though, haven't you?
100%. It's been some close, clean racing. There's been some crazy racing, but it's cleaned up, and the guys are showing their pace. They're going quicker than last time by a couple of seconds.
You've got used to the car. Is that what it's all about, Mr. M?
Definitely. Just first session already like a second quicker than the last time. And honestly, I'm just enjoying the circuit more than anything, because we used to Zwartkops, and it's a bit of a glorified oval, and it's a lot of fun going around here.
You're looking forward to the challenge of taking on possibly wrapping things up here this weekend?
Whew, I can almost taste it, but Brendan is is so close. It's going to be a big threat. I think I'm going to enjoy the race a lot, but I'm also thinking about that championship.
Dennis, from your side, you came in late, but you've literally come in late and come guns blazing every single time. You're in the mix there at the front end, and I think they're a little bit concerned, maybe being the thorn amongst the roses, or is it the other way around?
I don't know about that. But no, I've been Mr. Consistency in terms of podiums, but always the bridesmaids. Desperately looking for that first win. I'm not sure it's going to come here at Killarney this weekend, because Sachaba, Brendan, very quick this weekend. Mark suddenly in the third session suddenly realized he must have had his handbrake on in the previous 2 sessions, so he's gone quick. So, you know, it's going to be tough to stay ahead of these boys tomorrow, but we're going to try.
Well, here we go into studio now for race 1 of the penultimate round of this Extreme Festival in Cape Town. Big welcome here to everybody who's joined us on our live stream, far and wide all around the world. It's even some people here in the Cape Town circuit. Of course, great to have the City of Cape Town backing this, along with Smile FM, and of course all of our associate sponsors from the Extreme Festival categories as well. It is going to be phenomenal action today. We've got a couple of championships that could be wrapped up, particularly here on Gazoo Racing Cup in the Yaris League. Saad Variawa's got a substantial lead over Nicky Vastanis and Bjorn Berthold. So we've got some fun and games amongst those guys. Ryan Naka has a slightly better starting position than what he normally have, ahead of Cara Hill and Tariq Adam and Bjorn Berthold. Now Bjorn Berthold is the only one of those front cars who's in the same car as what he started the season in. Everybody else has done a full swap on their cars. So there's a couple of different vehicles that these guys and girls are driving at the front end. Behind them, Sichaba Masigo has set the pace in terms of the Media and 86 League Challenge, and he's ahead of Brendan Staniforth, and that's the battle for that championship that'll also be raging here today. They're ahead of Chad Lukhoff, and look out for Dennis Dropper, and Andrew Kirby, the CEO of Toyota South Africa, is in one of those 86s here this weekend, and looking forward to a great battle with Rian Esterhuizen and Mark Jones. So the marketing and promotions guys and the CEO who've put their money where their mouths are, put these cars onto track, have now joined them to have a bit of fun down in the Killarney International Raceway. Big welcome to a whole bunch of people who've jumped in. Hopefully, Susan Becker, you've got your sound now. I did see you saying there was a little bit of issue with the sound, but the sound is now sorted. And also a big welcome to everybody who's out there on YouTube joining us on the Two Wheels platform. So stand by as they go into Cashel Corner for some big action here in the Yaris Cup and 86 League of Gazoo Racing's GR Cup. Variawa and Vastanis are on the front row. Nika and Hill are the second row. Adam and Berthold are the third row for the Yaris League. It's Mashigo and Staniforth ahead of Lukhoff and Dropper. That's the second row of the 86 League. And then Kirby and Esterhuizen alongside each other, along with Mark Jones at the back of the pack. So Jonesy from the Citizen not quite getting the qualifying he wanted, I'm sure. But I'm sure that'll get sorted out by the time we get into race action as they come down that back straightaway. Looks like fourth place there. Cara Hill trying to get a little bit more heat into those Dunlop rubber that they are shod with on these cars. 86 is already into formation. And standing by, ready to rock and roll. Angelo, what's up, dude? Welcome here. Hopefully you get to see us here at the circuit as well if you're on your way, but bring your smart device with you. It's definitely worthwhile bringing it along, and you can spot some of the action that happens around the track as well, because the circuit is ready to go now for the first race. Lights are on and about to go off, and we are racing down towards turn 1. It's the 86s behind the Yaris's, and the Yaris's head towards turn 1 with Saad Variawa looking for a chance to hang on to that inside line. He's got it. Whole shot time for him. Oh, Cara already starting to put some pressure on, sneaking through the middle of the third and fourth place cars. She runs wide out of turn 1 and coming out of holes now. Looks like might have moved up into third place. She's side by side with a 7-7 of... Oh, that's a magic maneuver there from Ryan Nika. But Nika must have lost out, I think, just going into turn 2. Media down into turn 1, and that is the 86 League, led out by Mashigo. Brennan Staniforth, I think, might have just squeezed into second. He has. Staniforth in second place, and then it's side by side there between Lukhoff and Dropper. Chad's on the inside, Dennis on the outside. Good start as well from Mark Jones. He's slotted just ahead there and moves up to outgun the 555 car there of Esterhuizen. So Rian Esterhuizen drops to the back of the pack. In the middle of that pack, though, the CEO of Toyota, he's having some fun and games. Great to see the start. Big morning to everybody down in East London, because Jody and his team have joined us too. Great to have people from all around the world and all around the country watching us. Hope you can enjoy all this race action today. Starting things out here with the GR Cup, and they come out of Fostron. Bit of a gap opening up right from the word go there from Saad Variawa. He drops the hammer. And looks to try and get away now from Vastanis and Hill. Down into Fostron corner come the top two. And it's Staniforth all over the back, looking for a way past there on Mashigo. Big battle expected between them. We heard from Sechaba Mashigo that he was looking forward to possibly trying wrapping things up here in the championship at this round. As you can see, it's slightly overcast conditions. A little bit of a breeze blowing down that main straightaway. And it's straight into the face of the cars as they come down onto brakes in towards turn one. They come out of turn one now, heading up towards Cashel corner. Mashigo going defensive, trying to keep out the attack coming from Brendan Staniforth. Marula Man taking the fight to the front end. The fight to the top of the field though, in terms of the Yaris's. Variawa now with a very comfortable margin, almost 1.5 seconds up the road ahead of the second place battle. Vostanis, I think, at this stage could possibly be spoiling the chances there of both Hill and Nika. He's blocking them at the moment and keeping them out in terms of their run to the front. I think if they can get through on him, they can maybe try and close in on the man who's looking to try and take this championship. So Saad Variawa has got a chance of wrapping things up here this weekend in the Gazoo Racing Cup. But he has to try and take both victories if possible. Hill's taken a victory, Vastanis is taking a victory. Those are the only other two drivers in this category who've got wins under their belts this year. 1:24.235, fast lap coming out of the top man there, Saad Variawa. He's a stock standard road going Yaris. Is unbelievable to see the kind of pace that they've got and how they're able to carry the speed around the circuit that they do. Hill looking for a way past, can't find it just yet. Nika waiting to pounce. He's got Berthold closing in on him though. Bjorn Berthold coming from a really successful weekend last weekend down in PE, the Volkswagen Challenge category that he raced in. He's now looking for a chance to have another go here in his Yaris. Gap opening up even bigger. Almost 2 seconds now between the leader and second place. Further back in the pack, this is a great little battle. Rian Esterhuizen in the 555 car there, fighting with Mark Jones. Just ahead there is the boss man of Toyota South Africa. So Andrew Kirby having a super run there. Really not a bad effort there from this man. Great to see that, as I said, not only putting money where his mouth is, but also putting an opportunity to get onto the track and go and take it on some of the best drivers in the media world. Looks like a little bit of problems there for Tariq Adam. He's dropped slightly back on the pack of Yaris's, so it's not kind of according to plan for him just yet. Four-way fight coming out of Fostron. Looks like led out at this stage, as we said, by Mashigo. And you've got Staniforth. Lukov is continuing to maintain third place all on his own sim. And then it's Dennis Dropper who's dropped into the clutches there of Andrew Kirby. Just in the background you'll see those 4 cars about to come through. There they come. The black and red one, of course, is Kirby. So the big boss there having a fantastic run so far today. And I'm sure he's reveling in these conditions. Enjoying the little fight there with Dropper, with Jones, and with Esterhuizen. Shabba Mashigo though continuing on his merry way, trying to just keep a slight advantage over the Marula car there of Brendan Staniforth. Second place battle down into Fostron for the Yaris League. Still no change there. Vastanis hanging on, keeping out Hill. Halfway done, so 4 done of the 8. Carroll late on the brakes, looking for a chance to squeeze through, couldn't find it just yet. Looking for a chance now to try and get ahead of the 24th car of Vastanis. I'm sure she'll be thinking she's being held back here by Nikki. She may feel she's got a bit better pace than Vastanis is carrying at the moment. Look at the lap time, she's doing 24.7, so are Ryan Nika and Nikki Vastanis. So there's not really an advantage between those 3 cars, and that's what makes it so difficult to overtake. And that's one of the reasons they also did a shuffle of the drivers and the cars. Cars that drivers were in have all been changed around, other than the one that Bjorn Berthold did. He was the only one who didn't get to change his car. He got the same car on that shuffle. And now, let's see with the different cars, it actually is definitely the driver's skill that comes into play with these machines. They are so evenly matched. Dropper pulling away ever so slightly now. So Dennis Dropper continues on his merry way, getting away slightly there from Andrew Kirby. Top two in the 86 is heading down towards Fostron on that back straightaway. Brendan Sanaforth, he closes under braking, but he's just not able to get close enough to have a go and take the lead away from Sechaba. Sanaforth, though, is the quickest out of that 86 league, getting down into the 27 zeros now, faster than the 27 threes of Setsaba Mashigo. So Mashigo will definitely have to be wary. Looks like there might be a little bit of late race pace coming out of Sanaforth. Auto Trader man there behind is Chad Lookoff, and he's looking for a chance to try and bridge that gap, but I don't think there's going to be enough time for him to do that. He's just too far back at this stage. That's the gap between the leader of the Yaris League, Saad Variawa, and second place Nicky Vastanis. Vastanis running very late on the brakes and high up onto the banking into Fostron. Might have cost him a little bit of time. Allow Carrier to close back down again. So Carrier Hill and Ryan Naka right there as well, pushing hard, fighting for that final step of the podium. We've got two to go. Two more race laps of Heat 1 of the Gazoo Racing Cup. Looks like there could be a little bit of a battle in the background as well. Continuing between Kirby, Esterhazen and Mark Jones. Variawa at this stage dominating, doing it all right. Try and wrap up this cycle. Hill and Vastanis. At this stage Vastanis with the upper hand as he heads back down into Damsdip. Turn 3 here at the Killarney International Raceway. On that back, on the front straightaway now, you can see Dropper has been closed in pretty rapidly there by, pretty rapidly by the boss man, Andrew Kirby. And on a similar vein, Esterhazen side by side there with Mark Jones. So with a lap to go, well, a lap and a half to go for these 86 league competitors, Staniforth is going to have to go at some stage. He's going to have to try and find a way past and maybe force a move through on Sechaba Mashigo. Vanna Smith's just joined us all the way from New Zealand. Unlucky about your boys last night there. I was hoping they were going to beat the French, but they didn't. Still a long way to go though. The real green team, of course, are playing later today, but we're not much worried about that just yet as we get into the final lap now of the GR Cup. There's no answer there from Berthold. Berthold just going to have to try and find some pace between the two heats because that's too far back to be in contention for a podium. Hill under a bit of threat here on the last lap there, coming from the 7-7 of Ryan Naka. Naka just seems to have found his niche here at the Killarney International Raceway. He's battled at other circuits around the country throughout the season. Here in Cape Town, a lot better pace and much better driving from Ryan Naka. Tariq Adam also needs to try and find something special in the closing stages, maybe for the second heat, to see if he can sort things out and get that car a little closer to the front end. But this is Saad Variawa heading down towards Fostron for the last time. Big gap now. And it's one of the biggest gaps we've seen all season long there for the win from Saad. Philly Adlam's joined us as well. Good morning to you, sir. Hope you're enjoying yourself. Here we go. Across the line for the win. Variawa, once again, the dominant factor in this Yaris League, takes another victory over Nicky Vastanis and Cara Hill The only other 2 drivers who've taken victories in this class. Much better run there from Ryan Nyker, beating out Bjorn Berthold, and then Jimmy Gadam came back in the end there, closed the gap down there on Bjorn Berthold, so he showed a bit of potential heading into race 2 later on today. So Chaba hanging on, no worries at all here, and I think he's going to be the man to beat you this weekend. He too could possibly wrap up the championship, depending on what happens in race 2. And now heading down towards the checkered flag. Mashigo, Staniforth and Lukov. 1, 2, 3 in the 86 League. Nicely done there from our 86 League drivers. And wrapping up the first bit of action here today from Killarney International Raceway. We're moving into CompCare Polo Cup. That is our next category. They've got 3 races to go today, and they're coming through to wrap up. Wow, how's that? A bit of a turnaround. Dropper beats out Esterhazen. Kirby beats out Jones. So Dennis Dropper maintained his position there in 4th place overall for the 86 League, but 10th on track. And he just managed to keep Rion Esterhazen at bay, who went ahead and beat the CEO, Andrew Kirby, and Mark Jones down in 13th. Lucky for some. So there it is. That's our first race of the day sorted out. Up next, we're going into the first heat of 3 of the CompCare Polo Cup. We'll be back shortly with Cars on Track.
Backside is clear. And turn 5 when you're done.
Good side of these cars that race around.
It's circulated.
How's
the furniture? Look good.
I don't know, it's a little hard. I need softer stuff.
How are you?
Pretty average.
How are you, man?
You? What can you do?
Smile and speed up.
Change your allegiance.
What is vagina? From his mother's vagina.
No, I said yeah, hails from Cape Town. I didn't say he's living in Cape Town.
Hails from Bulawayo.
Nothing. For the love of money, I wouldn't. I don't do coffees on that corner, no? They want to take that bucky away from us.
CompCare Polo Cup this weekend with 3 races is going to be a busy time on the saddle for you boys. But the last time we were here, it was a bit of a chaotic event for some of you. Buxy, not you particularly, but I've seen massive improvements coming from the Squadron Course team.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not going to lie, it's been quite a heavy season so far. I mean, the team have done great work on training me, making sure that I'm ready for whenever it's time to get back in the seats. And I'm just happy to be delivering for both the team and myself, because if it wasn't for them, I would not be here. So I'm not going to lie, all the work that they've done in preparation for me to be where I am right now, I'm highly grateful for it.
You looking forward to the challenge for the weekend?
100%. I'm looking forward to breaking into Super Pole and actually running with the front runners, and as well as also maintain my position in the top 10 in the championship. So really looking forward to it.
Jean, from your side, it's a big change for this weekend. Stepping up and moving into Universal Racing for the first time, setting things up for 2024.
Yeah, no, so the plan was to only start next year, but the team said come on over at the end of this year so we can start developing you for the next season, and I believe it will go good.
Been working hard with Devon and the team, looks like it seems to be paying off. Some nice results out there so far this weekend.
Yeah, no, we're a lot closer than we were at the previous Nationals, so it's definitely worth it.
But from your side, after last weekend, double victory in the Volkswagen Challenge, it looks like that confidence is certainly boding well for this weekend too.
Yeah, it is, but just a little bit struggling on the pace this time around, but hopefully quali will go better.
You looking forward to the challenge of taking these boys on next year?
Yeah.
And there's a couple of others just behind you as well coming to play too.
Yeah, they are.
Well, if it's 40 degrees in East London, Jody, I'm glad for you, bud. It is definitely windy down here. Billy, goeiemôre, môre. Good to have you guys here and girls here as we get ready to go for the first heat of 3 CompCare Polo Cups today. Coming to the line, first car to the line, is the man who was actually quickest yesterday in qualifying. Just unfortunately couldn't put it all together in the Super Pole and finished up in 3rd place. But on the front row, Davy van der Merwe for Nathan's Motorsport and OMP will be taking on the Bucket List Racing OMP car of Anthony Pretorius. Then Farhan Basha, showing that not always do the Cape Town boys and contingent have the advantage at their home circuit, as they've done in the past in Polo Cup. We've got 3 Gauteng-based drivers on the front row and on the first part of the second row. So Gauteng drivers coming here fighting hard, and they have to. Nathan Victor had a phenomenal weekend last weekend in PE as well, also participating in the Volkswagen Challenge. Now steps back into his Polo Cup for this weekend, and he is the first of the Cape Town contingent. He's got Charles Visser alongside him, well actually just behind him I should say, on the 3rd row. And Dean Fenter snuck out late in qualifying yesterday to get up into that top 6 shootout for Super Pole. So that's how things look for that top 6. Charles Visser, of course, the championship leader with a relatively comfortable lead in the championship. He literally just has to try and finish up as high as possible over the next 3 races. If he wins all 3, of course, it's a very good possibility that he can wrap up the championship this weekend here at his home circuit, and that's what he'll be looking to do. But the pressure is being toned down slightly by Team Red Racing, and they've said to him, listen, just go out there and do your best. We've still got one more round. You've got a comfortable lead. Let's not go and destroy things and spoil things for a chance of back-to-back titles once again for Team Red Racing and the Universal Motorsport team. Jason Loosemore, his teammate, just got pipped, as I said, by Dean Fenter in the closing stages of qualifying, and Loosemore will start in 7th ahead of Giordano Lupini, the king of Cape Town. Now, he has literally been a top contender here at every single round that the championship has come and he's participated in. So we'll wait and see whether or not Gio can do something special this weekend and hopefully put himself a little bit higher up than 8th place where he qualified. Bryce Pillay in the 9th spot, just ahead of Tyler Robinson. She just missed out on the chance of making it into the single digits again. Buxy Kamani, who we just spoke to now, is in 11th place. Nice start there for the Squadra Course team. And then you've got Roshan Goodman. He's just ahead there of Jean-Andre Marais. That's Goodman's best qualifying ever, beating out his new teammate Jean-Andre Marais, who's joined Team Red Racing and the Universal Motorsport team this weekend. And then, of course, you've got Mo Karodia and Rasley Harris at the back of the pack. Fast 5 Motorsport and Lee Thompson Racing taking on the Cool Touch racing machine of Harris. The 15 cars, of course, were split by just under 2 seconds, so those first 11 cars all within the same second of each other. That's how close the race action is going to be here for CompCare Polo Cup today. Davy van der Merwe is the man they've all got to try and beat, though. He will have the ability to get off the line first, being on pole position, and it's not a bad position to be in here at Killarney International Raceway. Wait and see if he's able to capitalize on that stonker of a lap he put in yesterday afternoon in Superpole. It works on a similar basis. If you haven't ever seen a Superpole scenario, it's the same kind of thing as what used to happen in World Superbikes, where your driver gets to go out on a warm-up lap, he gets one flying lap, and then he comes in on the third lap. And if that flying lap is good, he'll be at the front of the grid. If it's not so good, he might drop down into those top 6, and only the top 6 go into that Superpole shootout. As I said, the QV Motorsport machine of Farhan Basha was quickest in qualifying and actually set the fastest lap of that qualifying and Super Bowl session, getting down into a low 2 in the times. So 25.2s around the circuit means that you know what you're doing in a Polo Cup car. And Basha was the only one to get into the 2s. 7 cars behind him were in the 25.3s at qualifying. And then, of course, I think it was a 25.3 that actually got Davy van der Merwe to the pole position in Superpole. But of course they null and void all the times when they start the Superpole shootout, and it's the fastest of those flying laps that decide who's going to be on pole position for Polo Cup. Second fastest time, of course, dictates what they're going to be doing in race number 3 today, and the fastest lap of race 1. So it's important to get out there and get a lap in here in race 1, because that will dictate where you start in race 2. So there's lots to play for here in this first heat of the CompCare Polo Cup. We certainly have seen some epic battles in Polo Cup here in the past. The championship going down to the wire last year. This year possibly could be wrapped up here with the home track of Charles Visser, the championship leader. Davy van der Merwe is his closest rival, and he's on pole. So Davy's come fighting. And remember, he lost out only just in the championship for 2022. So they come to the line to line up for the first heat of the CompCare Polo Cup 2023 championship. It's the 27th running of Polo Cup in South Africa this year. And it looks like just an epic battle, poised on a knife edge. Here we go. Down towards turn 1, and it's lights out and racing time. Good start from Davy. He comes right across Farhan Basha, follows him through down into turn 1 and into Holzhoek. It's going to be Farhan Basha who goes to second place. Third place is Nathan Victor. Being forced wide is the OMP and Bucketless Racing Machine of Pretorius. Looks like he's going to slot in side by side, and he runs wide onto the dirty stuff. Getting onto the dirt there because he's side by side with Charles Visser as they come towards turn 2. Victor goes inside, goes defensive to keep out the attack coming from the man from Cape Town just behind him. Charles Visser, a little touch there from Mo Karodia on the back end by the looks of things of Rasley Harris. And Buxy Kamani, in fact it was. Buxy Kamani getting a little tap from the back. Watch that mid-pack. Here comes the return of Pretorius down in towards turn 3. He slots in behind Charles Visser now. Bryce Pillay behind him. Then it's Giordano Lupini. Lupini is right there with Pillay. Pillay got a fantastic start off the line as well, getting ahead of Giordano Lupini as they went through and into Damsturp now, out of Malmesbury, onto the back straightaway for the first time, and a steam train of Polos make their way down that back straight for the first time today, using every bit of the road they can, trying to stay on the black stuff. Dean Fenter just behind Giordano Lupini by the looks of it as he locks up the brakes into turn 5 Fostron. They come out there, they can't use the push to pass until they get onto the second lap. No push to passes on that first lap are allowed. And remember, with the push to pass mechanism, it gives them a little bit of extra power, very similar to DRS systems that they run in Formula 1. First lap completed of 10, 9 to go. Davy van der Merwe, Faran Basha, Victor, Visser, Pretorius and Pillay are your top 6. They come down into turn 1 with a big battle on between Fenter and Lupini. Joining that battle is Jason Loosemore, second of the Team Red Racing Machines. He's up there and pushing hard. Here comes Visser trying to find a way through, looking for Nathan Victor to maybe open up the door for him. He takes the defensive line, but look at the wide line coming out of the man behind him there. Pretorius taking a very wide and late apex into what is turn 2. Cashville corner. They come under braking now for Damps. As they go into Damps, you can see the pressures on there from Visser. Looking for a way through. Jason Newsmore applying huge amounts of pressure as well. The background, Rasley Harris fighting hard there with Mokarodia. Fast 5 and Lee Thompson Racing Machine there with the man. And I'll tell you something, it's a good run there as well coming out of Jean-Andre Marais. He's just tucked in behind his teammate Tyler Robinson as they come onto that back straightaway for the second time. Onto that back straight they come now. Late on the brakes is Davy van der Merwe looking for the victory. Trying to open up a little bit of a margin that he can maybe control. But Faran Basha's not letting that happen. Basha is right there and has closed that gap down. It's about 3.3 of a second between them as they cross the line in the first time. Looks like it could be a little bit closer there. And there are 7 cars fighting for the lead here. 5 of them fighting for what is now 12th place on track as well. And they are side by side as they cross the line in the background. Look at that. It's Lupini. He's been outgunned by Jason Newsmore, who goes into turn 1 ahead of Lupini. Newsmore's through. Round the outside comes Dean Fenter in the M-Town car. So it's M-Town versus Tourcraft versus Team Red Racing. The renegade man from Team Red Racing, oval track driver, is now on the oval, or part of it, of the Killarney International Raceway. You'll know this part of the track very well. As they come flying out of Castro now through the kink. Down towards Damps. Faran Basha with a bit of pressure from Victor. Looks like they've left a little bit of breathing room there between themselves and Charles Visser, who sits in 4th place. No change up there for Charles at this point. Here they come into Malmesbury. Big double right-hander that leads onto that back straight away. And on the back straight, it's everything she's got. You'll see those push-to-pass mechanisms. Well, you won't see them because they don't put the hazards on like they've got on the Global Touring Car SupaCup class. You'll see the hazard lights coming on there, and those hazard lights will tell you that the man or lady who's driving the car in front of you has used the push-to-pass mechanism. On the Polos, you can't get any designation or any indication, and that's pun intended, that they've gone for a push-to-pass. Good run so far, 27 ones, 27 deads and 25 nines out of Anthony Pretorius, down in 5th place. Bruce Danchu's just joined us as well there. How you doing, Brucey? But I tell you something, you've joined us at the right time, buddy. We're in for an epic finish to this first heat of Polo Cup. Into Cashville comes Loosemore, trying to get back up onto the tailpiece there of Bryce Pillay. Further back, continued fight there between Tyler Robinson and Jean-Andre Marais for the last part of the top 10. Pretorius has got a bit of pressure now coming from Pillay. Then it's Loosemore, Fenter and Lupini. Lupini trying to get back at Dean Fenter in the M-Town car as they get up towards the double right-hand at Malmesbury. Sorrel van der Merwe turn now. It's definitely something to enjoy in a race car. Flying through there, as you can see, they're pushing hard. And Faran Basha is going defensive to keep out Victor. Victor putting the pressure onto Basha in the QV Motorsports car. And can he just keep it all together? That's the plan there. Faran Basha looking for a podium here, that's for sure. And 2nd place will be his best finish of the season. That is what he's planning for. I'm not quite sure if they're going to have any answer there to Davy van der Merwe, who just controls things from the front end. Basha goes defensive into turn 1, keeps out Victor. Victor changes up his line slightly, gets onto the back end, and a little tap on the bumper, telling Basha he's there, but I'm sure Faran is well aware of exactly where Nathan Victor is. So that's Summit Racing and Floor Store on Train Machine pushing hard to try and get through there on the QV Motorsport and Detail Ease Polo. Behind that, sitting waiting to pounce, is your championship leader, Charles Visser. Visser in 4th place. That's okay if Davy van der Merwe is up the road, but he'd like to be ahead of Davy van der Merwe. Doesn't look like he's going to have the opportunity to do that here in race 1 as we're about to get to the halfway stage. So the Polo Cup Brigade are in full force as always here in Cape Town and putting on a spectacular show. Down onto the brakes we go into Cape Town, Fostron corner. Once again, it's concertina effect there on the back end of Foreign Bosch's QV Motorsport Polo. Victor for Summit Racing, Team Red Racing, Charles Visser. Both of them hunting down and looking for chances to just get a mistake out of Foreign if they can. Pretorius has pulled slightly away from Pelé, but Pelé's got his own problems in the form of Jason Loosemore now, who's joined him, looking for a way through. Late braking coming with these cars. Great to see the late braking as well from Tyler Robinson. Jean-Andre Marais right behind her. Then it's Mocha Rodeo there, as I said, for Fast 5 Motorsport and Lee Thompson Racing. Squadra course there, Buxy Kamani is just behind them. Everybody's having a look to go on the inside, but no one can find a way through. This is Victor looking for a way once again on Foreign Bosch. Foreign just keeping him at bay. Car placement is pretty crucial here. A couple of guys running wide onto that rumble strip. Ooh, Lupini almost onto the dirty stuff as they came out of turn 3. Gio pushing hard. You can see he's having to push hard because he's losing ground here big time to that M-Town car of Dean Fenter. Somebody running wide. Oh, Lupini puts a wheel onto the dirt as well, so you can see just how hard these guys are pushing those Dunlop tyres. Visser on the inside of Victor. Had a big look. Slid down into Fostron corner. Just couldn't get on the inside there of Nathan Victor. Victor shut the door on him. The fight is on here for 3rd. 2nd, 3rd and 4th place, all fighting for those final positions on the podium. And they're fighting hard. How you doing there, Sean Hepburn? How you doing, bud? Good to have you here. Thanks for joining us, man. As you into the thick of it here for Polo Cup's first heat of 3. Big move here from Dean Fenter. Coming back at Giordano Lupini. Can he get through? Looks like he might be able to. Will he squeeze Lupini out as they head to turn 2 Cashville corner again? Oh, how's Bryce Pelé out of shape there? Someone's gone wide. Someone's run wide there. It's Foreign Busher. Foreign Busher's run wide under the pressure from Nathan Victor and Visser. So Busher drops down into 4th place, right into the clutches of Pretorius. So the QV Motorsport man just getting under a little bit more pressure than what expected, heading down into Cashville corner, turn 2. He runs wide on the brakes and opens up the door. And you don't want to do that when you've got Victor and Visser right on your tail. So it's Nathan Victor for Summit Racing and Floor Store on trend, fighting hard now for 2nd. He's got your championship leader, Charles Visser, right on his tail. And Visser now can smell 2nd place. He's going to have a go. He has to have a go. 2nd place behind the man in the championship, who's 2nd in the championship behind him, would be much better than where he is right now in 3rd. Wow, Bucketless Racing's Anthony Pretorius applying huge pressure on Foreign Bosch as they came out of Fostron corner. They are side by side, in fact, make that OMP and Bucketless Racing ahead now. So it looks like Foreign Bosch's a little mistake into turn 2 is shaking him slightly. He lost out to Victor. He lost out to Visser, and he's now lost out to Anthony Pretorius as well. Ferran wants to try and come back at these guys if he can. He has a go instantaneously, almost to return the favour into turn 2. Oh, big touch! Foreign Busher and Pretorius coming together into turn 2. Busher gets through. Pretorius hangs on, but he loses out 1 place. Here comes Visser. Visser side by side with Victor down into turn 3. Can he get past? Yes, he can. Charles Visser dives through on Nathan Victor, forcing his way through past the kink, and now cements it into turn 3 with about 2.5 laps to go. So it's Visser the 2nd, Victor the 3rd. Oh, and running wide onto the dirty stuff for Charles Visser. You don't want to do that. not on the exit point of Malmesbury, you'll end up in the clubhouse. Fisher now goes on the defensive to keep out Victor as he tries to return the favour. He locks up down into turn 5. Joining the party there is Ferran Basha, who's got through ahead of Pretorius, forcing his way through as we saw in Castrol. Fight is on here, big time for second. Behind that, Bryce Pillay goes side by side with Jason Loosmore. Further back from that, Fenta and Lupini continue on their merry way and continue to fight hard. Fisser, late on the brakes, runs a little bit wide into turn 1. That might open up an opportunity for Victor. Lupini running wide, forces Dean Fenta, who was on his outside, even wider through turn 1. Fisser's been overtaken. Victor coming back at him, and Fisser gets sideways into Castrol corner, trying to fend off Ferran Basha. Basha's now side by side with him. Ferran going to try and get through on Fisser, and join the party will be Pretorius. Charles Fisser on the inside. He'll have to be late on the brakes going down into the third corner. No, he's going to have to back out of that. He's going to lose out to Basha and to Pretorius. So the mistake up into turn 2 there from Charles Fisser, sliding, cost him dearly. Fisser comes straight back, has a look on the inside. Oh, and he forces his way through Malmesbury, through Sarah van der Merwe, and he gets up the inside of Anthony Pretorius. That's where you know that you got a little bit of a home track advantage. You know that there's grip on the inside, and that's exactly what Fisser looked for, and he found it. So he makes up 1 place, goes from 2nd to 4th in the space of a lap and a half. So Pretorius now going to have to try and fight hard for this final lap, see if he can find a way back at Charles Fisser. Fisser going to try and close the gap down on Ferran Basha and see if he can still secure a 3rd place. Davy van der Merwe has just checked out in front. He didn't have to worry about anybody. These guys fighting behind him have caused their own problems. Ferran Basha goes defensive. Fisser going to try and go around his outside into Holzhoek, the first corner. Into holes they go. Basha inside line from Fisser. Fisser and Basha now side by side. Charles Fisser forcing his way alongside Ferran Basha as they head towards Castrol. Can he outbrake Ferran into the final, into turn 2 on this last lap? No, he can't. Basha with the inside line, hangs on. He had the race line, so he's got the opportunity to try and pull away now. Fisser behind him, looks at his rearview mirror. He sees Pretorius right there. Can't afford to make a mistake, otherwise Anthony Pretorius will make him pay. Half a lap to go as they get up onto the top now and in towards that Sarah van der Merwe sweep. As they go through there, it is nothing in it between those 3 cars. 2nd place, Victor's checked out slightly, but the battle is for 3rd. And it's going to be Ferran Basha or Fisser who's going to have what it takes here on the brakes into Fostron. So Davy van der Merwe has done it all right. He heads down into Fostron corner, and he'll be looking for a chance now to wrap it up on the first heat, but behind him is the fight. Who's going to have what it takes to get 2nd? 2nd place is Victor. 3rd place by the things is Basha. Side by side between Pretorius and Fisser as they come to the line. Here they come. Watch in the background as the checkered flag comes out for the win. Victor gets 2nd. 3rd place is Anthony. No, it's Ferran Basha. Pretorius beats Fisser to the line. And Charles Fisser just ahead of his teammate there, Jason Loosmore, for the top 6. So a superb run there in the closing stages for Anthony Pretorius. Coming through to wrap up and get ahead of that battle. He was in all race long with Charles Fisser. And Charles Fisser down in 5th place. Finishes up ahead of his teammate, Jason Loosmore. Bryce Pillay comes through there for a nice 7th place. One of the best we've seen out of the Design Lab and Metallica auto body cars. Giordano Lupini, he'll be scratching his helmet going, what went wrong? I'm normally a little bit higher up than that. And Dean Fenta just lost out to me. So Fenta down in 9th, beats out Paxi Kamani for your top 10 in race 1 of CompCare Polo Cup. Wow, that's the way we start things in Polo Cup. Can you imagine what's going to happen in race 2 and 3? Can't wait for that. But up next we go to single seaters and the Formula 1600s. as the Investchem Formula 1600s make their way out to the circuit. Let's catch up with some of their top contenders for this weekend and see what they're going to do to try and keep Troy Dolanchek from wrapping up this title. Investchem Formula 1600s has been a fantastic season this year. Stormy, you've come down here looking for pace, found a little bit this morning, but it's kind of playing around with those tyres and ensuring you've got the pace for tomorrow that's important.
Yeah, you know, tomorrow's a different day, so hopefully we can come out and we can definitely hopefully get a top 5. That's what I'm hoping for, but regardless, it's going to be close no matter what, so it's going to be a good day.
Always close down here, isn't it?
Always close, and the 1600s is always close, so can't do much about it.
There's an SA champ in the house now, I believe, after a fantastic outing in the karting, so congratulations from our side first of all. But with that comes a bit of confidence. Casey, what's the plan?
The plan is really to get a really good qualifying. I've been struggling the whole year so far with qualifying. So the plan is to get good qualifying and hopefully hold it through the whole day. And maybe top 3, hopefully.
There is a championship battle at just ahead of you guys, so it's a tough one. You were in that championship last year, Gerard. What's the plans to try and maybe get there? I know it hasn't quite gone according to plan this year.
Yeah, the last few races, last 2 hasn't gone to plan. But I'm here to enjoy it, enjoy the last few races that we have, and I'm here to put on a good show.
Sticking around for next year? Are we going to give it a run for the championship?
We'll have to see.
Ooh. So does your championship leader and the man who could possibly wrap up the title today, Troy Dolanchek, who's on pole position ahead of Gerard Caldenase, who we've just heard from. And interesting to see what his final comment was there, that he's not quite sure if he's coming back to Formula 1600 next year. I wonder what his plans might be. We'll definitely keep you up to date with that as soon as we find out where Gerard will be looking to fly his flag next year. Another local man, Jason Kutsia, is third on the grid ahead of Andrew Schofield. A nice run there from the Investchem and Fly SAF air car in 4th place there for Schofield. Alex Voss and Shrin Naidu getting 5 and 6 in qualifying this morning. The SA champion Carter, Casey Ensor-Smith, is in 7th ahead of Antoine Caldenase, who didn't have it go according to plan again this weekend. Nick Van Wheelie also battling down in 9th. And the man who's been on pole position for the last 2 years. Possibly a little bit of work to do there from the man from Investchem, and he's not going to be happy with 10th place ahead of Storm Lanfear. Lanfear, of course, also qualified just in 11th place. So I'm standing by now for the green flag at the back. Looks like we've got that. So we are almost good to go to start procedures for race 1, 10-lapper of the Investchem Formula 1600s. No Formula Ford Kents with them this weekend. It's all the 1600s up front. So Wings and Slicks about to go to battle here in Cape Town. Lights on and lights out, here we go. Towards 1 they go, and it looks like it's a good start there from the championship leader and the man who would be king today. Troy Dolanchek doing it all right. He keeps out Jason Kutsia, who looks to go on the inside of 2nd place, Gerard Caldenase. I think Gerard might have just hung on, yes he has. And then Kutsia slots up into what is 3rd place. Just ahead of Voss and Schofield. Schofield side by side with Voss as they come down, and look at that, Antoine Caldenase looking to dive on the inside of both Schofield and Voss as he came out of his position down further on the grid. Not where he wanted to be, as I said. 8th place is definitely not where Antoine Caldenase wants to play. He is a little bit higher up right now, probably in about 6th spot as they come through the right-hander down at Damstip. Behind him it's Casey Ensor-Smith and Nicholas Van Wheelie. Van Wheelie with Storm Lanfear and Sia Bongo Bongo Kwana behind them as they get onto that back straight for the first time. These Wings and Slick single-seaters at the bottom of the straight, close to 240 kilometers an hour before they bang it down the box into Fostron and Cape Town corner. Using the banking, coming out of that banking and getting high and wide onto the exit point to get the power down on these cars and bang it through the gearbox as they come across the line and complete the first lap in anger. Dolanchek leads out exactly where he needs to be. 2 wins will secure this championship. as they come down onto braking for turn number 1. Great inside line from Voss. Diving through there on Gerard Caldenes. Oh no, on Antoine Caldenes, I beg your pardon. And it was a similar maneuver being attempted by Jason Kutsia on Gerard. Just not able to make it stick. He tries it again, a slightly different line out of Castrol. The Mint Coachworks and Fuchs Lubricants car still not through there on that Abacus Divisions racing machine. Schofield in 4th in the Fly Sapphire and Investchem machine. Finding the pace to find a way through there. There's definitely some big pace coming out of Antoine Caldenes all over the back end and looking for a way through there on Alex Voss. Voss having to go defensive down that back straightaway. You see comes across to cut off that inside line, but will then inside line have even a problem? Wow, Van Weedy was late on the brakes. Voss runs wide. That's such a pity. Running wide out of Vostron corner allows Antoine Caldenes through, and almost could have an opportunity for Nicholas Van Weedy to come through as well. Magnificent paint and hardware. Oh, engine gone. Big puff of smoke. Antoine Caldenes' engine's gone. Down the main straightaway. There you can see it. Just absolutely game over on that car. Fortunately got off the line quickly and onto the grass, so shouldn't be too much of an issue there. But massive plume of smoke out of the back of Antoine Caldenes' car, and that is terminal for him. Donenchek with the fastest lap of the race so far, leading by almost a second now ahead of Gerard Caldenes. Jason Kutsia trying to find a way through there on Caldenes. Schofield going defensive, but there's Alex Voss going to go on the inside of Sorrel van der Merwe sweep. No, couldn't quite get there. Sorrel's sweep is a difficult corner to get right in a single seater, particularly when you're so evenly matched with the drivers around you, and those wings and slicks tend to hinder you through the right-hand sweep when they're so close. We'll wait and see if he's able to do it a bit later on. Here comes Van Wheelie on the inside. Voss could lose out here. Nicholas Van Wheelie is on that inside line, but he's given Voss a little bit of room to play. He runs onto the rumble strip, and they are wheel to wheel coming out of the kink onto the main straightaway. Maybe a slightly better run coming from Van Wheelie. Yeah, I thought so. He's got through and he's got ahead of Voss. He exited nicely out of the kink, carried that corner speed, and was able to just put it into the perfect position, moving himself up now into a top 5. Jason can see it. Wow, so late on the brakes there for that Mint Rapworks and Fuchs Lubricants Sparco sponsored car. Bongo Mongo Kwana starting to close things down there as well on the back end of Casey Enso Smith, bringing Storm Lanfear along for the ride. So Casey Enso Smith now just slowly but surely getting onto the back end of Alex Voss and bringing himself up into the hunt for the front positions here. Troy Donenchek doing it all right though, that's for sure. Exactly what he needs to do, getting the job done at the front of the field for the Sujan property development car. Property investments car has been very, very good all season long. He's had some spectacular wins. He's also had some great battles. This time out on his home track though, he doesn't want any battles, he wants to get the job done. Battles continue behind that though between Van Wheelie and Schofield. Van Wheelie running on the inside line, finds a way past, gets up ahead of Schof. Here we go, Kutsia putting the pressure on. Schofield trying to come back at Van Wheelie, who runs high and wide, almost a biker style line from Van Wheelie going into turn 2 Castrol. It's worked out nicely for him because he's managed to keep that position. There's a little bit of an attack again coming from the 8 car behind him of Schofield. Battle on here, big time here between Formula 1600s, courtesy of Investchem. The highest prize purse in South African motorsport is on track at the moment, 200,000 Rand for the man who wins this championship. And right now, Donenchek is pretty much got one hand on that trophy. So come out of Fostron corner again, using the banking, using that bank corner to the advantage, and trying to get the drive as fast as possible off that banking. to the brakes. No changes there for the top 5. They stay the same. Alex Voss trying to come back at Andrew Schofield. Moncon has also closed a little bit of the margin there between himself and the man in the 7th spot at the moment, Casey Ensor-Smith. So Ensor-Smith fighting, still looking for a chance. Maybe get himself up into that top 5. He's got Foss in his sights, so he gets through on Foss, gets through on Schofield. That'll be job done. Starting to slide a little bit through Sorrel's sweep. Certainly no sliding from Dolinchek's car. The thing is on rails here this weekend when he has been untouched. Was quick in the practices, fastest in qualifying, and first lap in race 1 he was unmatched in terms of the lap time. And he's now just been able to control things. Kept that almost 2-second gap for the last 4 or 5 laps of racing. We're into the last 4 laps of this first heat. He's now got to just keep it all together at the front end. One win will bring him close to it. 2 wins will wrap up the title. Foss closing in on Schofield again, bringing Casey Ensor-Smith along for the ride. Casey's not too far behind those guys that are fighting there for that 7th spot. Foss also starting to pass on the back end, as you can see there, of that Fly Sapphire car. There's a big fight expected between those 3 going into the last part of this race. Going to be coming to complete lap 7, 3 to go. Gerard Caldenay setting the pace on the last pass, getting down into the 15.2s. Fight continuing here, and it's a big fight for second place at this stage between Gerard Caldenay and Jason Kutsia. Although Jay has lost a little bit of ground there, and might not be able to bring that back over the next 3 laps unless there's a mistake out of Gerard. Jason Kutsia would certainly like to be 1 position higher. He's still looking for a chance of second in this championship. Into turn 3 Dempster. So just watching in the background, Nicholas Van Wheelie, 15.5s. Kind of even Stevens there with the 15.5s coming from Jason Kutsia, but be a bit of a change up between Schofield and Foss. And also take into account 15.7 is a lot quicker than what Foss was doing from Casey Ensor-Smith's point of view. Now Van Wheelie, he wants a podium, and he's got 2 laps to try and get it out of Jason Kutsia ahead of him. Fights on. Dolinchek comfortable. Looks like Gerard Caldenay is in the same spot on a comfortable 2nd. But 3rd place starting to heat up now in the closing stages between Van Wheelie and Kutsia. Schofield with 4 cars on his tail, 3 cars on his tail, I beg your pardon. Foss, Casey Ensor-Smith and Monkonkwana. Schofield trying to keep these guys out for the next lap and a half. Come through and look for a chance now onto that short back straight up towards the longer back straightaway here at Killarney International Raceway. It's a little short squirt up the Jabir straight into turn 2. Then you go through 3 and the little kink. This is where things fan out. Foss under attack from Casey. Smith looking for a way pass. Can he find it? No, he can't. Looks inside but can't find it on there on Alex Foss. Foss slowing down those 3 cars as they start the final lap. Dolenchek doing it all right. And about to put one hand on that trophy. And literally one hand on the championship check as well. Remember, it's a 200,000 Rand prize purse that he's going to be taking, plus a test in a global touring car for 2023 or for 2024. But I believe he'll be concentrating on his studies next year. He's into matric next year, so he wants to wrap this championship up, and then he can start concentrating his efforts on his education. He'll be doing a couple of the regional stuff here in Cape Town, and then possibly make a welcome return to national championship status in 2025. Fastest car on track is the leader. So not only is he just showing the way around, but he's also doing it at the fastest lap time of the race so far, 15.449. Here we go to wrap up the first victory of the day for Investchem Formula 1600s. Tori Dolenchek, Sujan Property Investments car takes the victory. Abacus Racing Division's car in second is Gerard Gelderneys, and Jason Garcia for Mint Rapworks and Fuchs Lubricants and Sparco taking the 3 spot, keeping Van Wheelie behind him ahead of Schofield. Foss make up the top 5. Nicely done. So let's have a look at those unofficial results as they go into pit lane. It is Dolenchek with the win, Gelderneys in second, Garcia in third. Van Wheelie beats out Schofield. Schofield coming through there with a nice lap as well, a 15.74 personal best there for him. And then it's Alex Foss, Casey Ensel Smith, Munkankwana, Storm Lanfear, and Shrin Naidu. Problems there for Antoine Gelderneys down in 11th, as we saw early on in the race. Hopefully they can get that car back in the pit lane and get it sorted for race 2 later on. So that's how we start things out there from the single seaters point of view. Now we're moving on to some action from some big bangers. It's G&H Transport Extreme Supercars up next here at Killarney International Raceway for the penultimate round of the Extreme Festival.
Like what? 50 years ago? 40 years ago? Construction manual and construction that had to set tappers and tools. Now, please don't drink the battery water.
Can do. I'm just waiting to see. They are still fetching that car of Antoine's on the sideline. So I think when we see that truck roll out, maybe that's the spot to go to. So it looks like they've got Antoine Caldernes's car onto that flatbed. It'll be making its way back into pit lane, I'm sure, to return the car to its pit box and hopefully get it sorted out for race number 2. And with that, as soon as that truck clears the circuit, of course, we're going to be going into the first heat of G&H Transport Extreme Supercars. And with that, it's 10 lapper coming your way. And the biggest field of cars from Extreme Supercars this weekend. And we managed to catch up with a couple of the drivers just before we get into racing here today to find out what their plans are and see how this championship could possibly be wrapped up, or are we going to have to go through to the next 2 rounds of G&H Transport Extreme Supercars. Let's find out. G&H Transport Extreme Supercars in Cape Town is always a fan favourite, and there's going to be a huge fan base out there, particularly for the top 3 in the championship. Franco, you've got a small lead of 17 points over the man on your left-hand side and a little bit more over the man on your right-hand side. But seems you might have picked up a little bit of an issue and maybe some overnight work for the team.
Yeah, look, not a big job. We had a fuel pump issue that we've carried over from Killarney, and we've had a fuel pump on its way from overseas since Killarney, and it'll be here tonight, thank goodness. We'll get it in tonight, and tomorrow we should be good to go.
The thing's been very strong all season long, and of course down here we saw some potential lap record times coming from both you and John at the last time. So are we going to see that if the car's all good?
Yes, if I'm not mistaken, we actually got the lap record right at the end, and we'll try and make it better this time if we can. If we can.
That's what I like to hear. Jono, that's the gauntlet that's been thrown down. You've had also a phenomenal season, and that car's just got better and better every time you get behind the wheel. But you've also had a couple of ins and outs that didn't quite go according to plan.
Yeah, look, I mean, 17 points behind is a little bit further than I'd hoped for. Still 3 rounds to go, so hoping for a very good weekend this weekend. Just did a really good lap time in practice 3, so quite confident car's working well. As you mentioned, I had a slight niggle at Killarney in order to miss the mayhem going into turn 1. I went through the gravel trap, which picked up a stone and chewed through the alternator belt. So after about 3 laps, everything starts shutting down when you don't have enough power and amps to run all the systems on the car. So just drove it slowly to make sure I could finish and get some points. But yeah, we should be good this weekend.
I don't even think you realised, Mr. Ellery, that you were so close in the championship. It's only 20 points behind the man at the top and 3 points behind Jono. So it's pretty much all to play for you.
Yeah, look, I mean, it's been a good year. We're learning a lot. It's been a learning year, but to be third in the championship already is really good, and against these really quick guys over here, it's not too bad. So I'm pretty happy with the result.
You've also got a little bit of chopping and changing in the team there, of course, and some new guys joining you. I saw a couple of guys that are looking to come and play around as well in the Audis for next year. What are your plans in heading into these last 3 rounds?
So I'm just going to focus on myself for now till the end of the year. Then I think, yeah, we are getting some drivers next year, but I'm still going to drive the GT4 and then maybe the GT3 in some races.
So there you've heard it from the horse's mouth, so to speak. Championship's up for grabs. There's 3 rounds of the championship still to go. 2 races today. And we've still got 2 more rounds of the championship to come your way as well before we wrap things up here for G&H Transport Extreme Supercars. Stuart White set the pace. And he, if he's out there and everything's gone according to plan, he is also in with a chance of setting an outright lap record here again at another circuit to put his name on the outright lap record, as he's done at a few of the other tracks that he's raced at. And he's driving this weekend in the Inter-Africa Mining Racing Aston Martin. I'm trying to remember what it was, sorry. There's so many supercars out there. The Aston Martin ahead of Franco Scribanti's Porsche. They're all conquering 997 that Scribanti has been so good behind the wheel of, and also has had a chance, as you heard from him, to set the outright lap record last time we were here. So can he go and do quicker times, or will Stuart White possibly spoil that chance for him? Second in the championship, third on the grid is Jonathan du Toit in the Trans-Africa Racing Stradale Motorsport Lamborghini Huracan. And he has got his teammate alongside him there in Charles Orangis in the AMG GT3. So that'll be a little battle to watch out for as well. Remember, Charles will be fighting with Zolila Letlaka, Marcel Angel and Jason Ibbotson. The 2 Autohaus Angel Ferraris have joined the party here this weekend for a bit of local flavour. Exo, of course, is always quick, and he's in a Lamborghini Huracan as well, also out of Inter-Africa Racing. And then you got Gianni Giannicaro in the Bisque Transport and Stradale Motorsport Nissan GTR. And that's also a beast of a machine that he's behind. Marius Jackson, first of the Audis. He's down in 9th, ahead of Ricky Giannicaro in the G&H Transport and Itre Cugini Lamborghini Huracan. Momia for Toys R Us. He's in 11th place in the Porsche. He's the first of the rest of the pack of Porsches that are there. And he's ahead of Joseph Ellery, who we've just chatted to. He's lying 3rd in the championship overall, but 12th on the grid. Nicky Dix for Curvent Air Conditioning is in 13th. Jimbo Giannicaro, I beg your pardon, is down in 14th place with Ant Blunden alongside him. And then you've got Uli Sana and Daniel Kutsia ahead of Armand Kutsia at the back of the pack there in the BMW. So that makes up, as I said, one of the biggest grids we've got here this weekend. 18 cars about to go to battle, and it's going to be some more supercar flat out action around here. If I look at that front row, there are 2 significant cars missing. One being Stuart White, who should be on the right hand side, and the other one, where's that shoe on the left-hand side there? Is it just Franco that's missing? Looks like it's Franco Scribanti is the only car that's missing then, just to double-check my maths there. Ranges. Yeah. Okay, so it looks like Kutsia is out for the day as well, according to a message that was coming through on one of the WhatsApp groups that they run here for these categories over the weekend. So one of the Kutsia boys is not there, one of them is. But if I look at that, Paulie, I'm not seeing Franco's car, and I don't think Scribanti's made it out. Possibly with that fuel pump problem that they had. So let's see as they roll out there. Rolling out with Stuart White. Yeah, lone car on the front row. Ahead of Jonathan du Toit and Charles Ranges on the second row. No Franco Scribanti. So your championship leader is probably working frantically to get that car sorted out. And if he can get it sorted out, he'll try and get onto the track to score as many points as possible, because, as you heard in the interview, Jonathan du Toit is only 17 points behind him. So Jono has got an opportunity of note here to possibly score some points and get some of those championship points back on Franco Scribanti. Joseph Ellery also has a chance to close that gap down. That pink Audi, as you can see it waving side to side for MJR Motorsport, will definitely be looking to try and get up as high as possible and secure some points overall. Look out for the two Angel cars. The Autohaus Angel Ferraris are always a big factor down here at the home track in Cape Town. Marcel outgunning Jason Ibbotson. And those two, of course, running in the GT3 class to fight out with Charles Ranges and Gianni Giannacaro. Class A Plus are the first three cars. Zolila Letlaka also running in Class A Plus, down in 5th place on the grid. And then Class A will be Marius Jackson versus Ricky Giannacaro and Momia in the Toys R Us Porsche. So Stewie White has got an opportunity of note here in that Aston Martin to possibly outgun Franco Scribanti's lap record. Okay. So we've got here the back. Looks like it's Armand Kutsia. He's back of the pack. One of the Kutsia boys, as I said, not going to make it out here. But certainly the other BMW is there as the lights are about to go on for the rolling start. And Stuart White drops the hammer. He heads down into turn one with already massive pressure coming from not only his teammate who dives up the inside of Charles Ranges, but Jonathan du Toit, who keeps his second place on the grid. That was gifted to him with the demise of Franco Scribanti. So Lila Letlaka puts the second Lamborghini up into third. Marcel Angel dives up the inside of Gianni Giannacaro, and Ibbotson goes with him. Oh, somebody running wide. Is that Momia? It is. The Toys R Us Porsche gets forced wide out of turn 2, Cashel corner. Tries to get on the loud pedal to get back on the track, but he just slips and slides a bit through there. So we'll keep an eye on whether or not Mo's able to get that Toys R Us Porsche back on track. Stuart White drops the hammer and tries to get away now from Jonathan du Toit. And really a change up for third place as Charles Ranges has got through into third ahead of Zolila Letlaka. So it's Into Africa Mining. They're sitting 1 and 4 on the track. Marcel Angel and the Autohaus Angel boys currently in 5 and 6 place. And it's Sudale Motorsports sitting in 2 and 3. Teammates fighting hard at the front end at each of the battles that are on track. White sets the early pace, comes across the line and completes the first lap of 10. 9 to go now for Stuart White. He's got clean air ahead of him. This is where he just needs to get those tyres up to temperature, and he'll possibly have a go at breaking the lap record. Oh, Ferrari spun out of turn 1. On the exit of turn 1, is that the 488 or the 458? I think it might be Ibbotson. I think it's possibly Ibbotson that spun out there. Just looking at the mirrors. It is. Jason Ibbotson in the 458 spins out, coming out of turn 1, and the 488 continues on its way, with Marcel Angel behind the wheel trying to close the gap down there on Exo. So Lila Letlaka, the Into Africa Mining Lamborghini Huracan, having a super run so far in 4th place. Angel in 5. It'd be awesome to see the Autohouse Angel team making it onto the tour full time next year. Dane Angel, of course, also a significant missing factor this weekend with his 997 Porsche. I know they're still busy working frantically to get that car sorted out after that big crash. I'm sure that Devon Lismore and his team at Genie Club Sport are almost done. Once that car is back up into race trim, I'm sure he's going to be back into the field like this, especially when there's such a big field and such an array of supercars fighting hard. This is the third last round of their championship, so there's 2 more rounds to go after this, both of them at Zwartkops, before we wrap things up for 2023. Angel's slight tap into Sorrel sweep. Gianni the same thing there in the GTR. Little tap there from Marius Jackson as well. JR Motorsport man at this stage leading out Class A. A plus is Stuart White. The GT3 class is Marcel Angel ahead of Gianni Giannicaro. Despite Ibbotson being all the way back down here fighting with Nicky Dix, he's still in 3rd place for the GT3 class as he goes on the inside of the Porsche and gets past. Moves himself up into the top 10 overall. Ellerine at the moment is sitting in 9th. Joseph Ellerine, of course, in 9th place, leads out Class B. White with a 1:07.7. It's about a second off the lap record. A possible victory in the hands of Stuart White there in the Aston Martin. Charles Orangi's in 3rd, all on his own sim in that Mercedes-Benz AMG. It's the car that he, of course, piloted with Clint Weston in the Kyalami 9 hour at the beginning of the year. And of course they'll be coming back down here at the end of the year for the Killarney 9 hour. White at this stage though is the man to catch. It doesn't look like Jonathan DeToy's got an answer. DeToy doing the 108s at this stage. But I think Jono realises that Stuart not being involved in this championship full time, he would prefer to take a 2nd place, knowing that Franco Scrimanti is on the sideline and possibly risk breakages or a fight that he doesn't need to fight today. Already into the back markers, can you believe that? We're not even at the halfway stage mark and they're closing in on the back end of that BMW. Daniel Couture about to be caught now by the lead cars. Ricky Giannicaro fighting hard with Momia. Jimbo Giannicaro, I beg your pardon. Jimbo Giannicaro now just being outgunned there by Momia into turn 2 Cashel corner. And the big boss man there of G&H Transport in his Lamborghini Trofeo. That Lamborghini Gallardo Trofeo car is a really, really good car. When it was in the hands of his son, nicknamed Ferdinand, of course, the Bull. Jimbo is just loving life in that car. It's one of his favourite cars he's ever driven in the G&H Racing stable. Yeah, I think it's Giacomo, which is the sort of full name for Jimbo. That's what it says on the timing there. Portly, just a slightly different, Giacomo as opposed to Gianni. That's the difference there between the two. I also got caught out with that earlier on. But needless to say, Giacomo Giannicaro is Jimbo Giannicaro, as we like to know him. And he's in 14th at the moment, just being outgunned by the Toys R Us Porsche of Momia. These guys, of course, will be watching their rearview mirrors over the next couple of laps because the quicker cars will be coming. That is Ricky Giannicaro right there. And he's got Jason Ibbotson closing him down. Lead car. 007 on the side. was synonymous with the James Bond movies, and Aston Martin being one of the preferred choices of Mr. Bond himself. Is the reason why Into Africa have chosen the 007 number on that car for Stuart White. White onto the back straight away now. He'll be closing things down now onto one of the Porsches. So that might be Ant London he's closing down on. He's had a busy couple of weekends as Stuart White. He was on international duties over the last 2 weekends, driving McLarens and Lamborghinis and Ferraris all around the world, and this time out in an Aston Martin. Back on home soil, but of course it's not his home circuit. Certainly loving life here at Killarney International Raceway in the Into Africa Mining Aston Martin GT3. Coming up to that Toys R Us Porsche, and easily done in the end there. A little bit of room being given by Mo to get him through. .107.7, fastest so far out of Stuart White. I don't think we can see any quicker than that now that he's in the traffic. Zolila de Klerk coming up onto the back end of Jimbo. Shouldn't be too much of an issue there for him to get through just before Sorrel. Yeah, gets into Sorrel's sweep on the inside line. Jimbo gives him some room. Back straight towards Fastron corner. XO, the boss man here of the team, Stuart White drives for. So we've got a 1 and 4 for the team in Class A+. It's 1 and 3 on the track, 1 and 3 overall in the standings. Because Charles Ranges runs in the GT3 class and is ahead of Marcel Angel and Gianni Giannacara. Sinette Dantas joined us as well. Hello, Sinette. How you doing? Yeah, we had some great racing action so far here in Cape Town. A couple of cars, as I said, missing from this field, which will be worked on, I'm sure, to get ready for race 2. Most notably, the Porsche of Franco Scribanti. 2 Porsches about to be outgunned by the Lamborghini Huracan of Jonathan Dutoy. Trans Africa Racing Sudale Lamborghini. Driving through there on Ant London and Momia. Momia going to try and get through there on Ant London if he can too. Ricky Giannacara on his merry way, trying to get back at Jason Ibbotson in the Ferrari. Ibbotson at this stage currently lying in 3rd place in the GT3 class. Ricky Giannacara is 2nd in Class A. Behind that man, Marius Jackson. MJR Audi. So laps have now ticked off rapidly. We're on the final lap. Lead car is Stuart White. Be too far behind. Stuart White there they come through there. Giannacara, Daniel Kutsia, and there in the background comes the leader. Audi versus the Ferrari. Ibbotson trying to close down here on Marius Jackson, maybe just steal 1 position away if he can. Stuart White takes the victory. 2nd place goes to Jonathan Dutoy. 3rd place to Charles Ranges. And 4th place there to XO. Class A Plus is Stuart White, Jonathan Latoy, and Zolila Latlaka. That man right there. That's your top three. The winning GT3s goes to the second car in shot there, the Mercedes-Benz AMG of Charles Ranges. He beats out Marcel Angel. Gianni Giannacaro looks like he's just hung on to get that third place in the GT3s ahead of Jason Ibbotson. So Ibbotson comes through for fourth place in the GT3 class. Marius Jackson wins our Class A ahead of Ricky Giannacaro, and Joseph Ellerine makes up the top 10 and the winner in Class B for G&H Transport Extreme Supercars. That's the first race of the day for our G&H Transport Extreme Supercars. Up next, we're going into Global Touring Cars and the GTC SupaCup. Their first heat about to start. A big welcome to, of course, the boss lady from Team Perfect Circle, joining us from Johannesburg, I believe, but I believe her husband is down here in Cape Town. So big welcome to both of you catching the race action. We've got Global Touring Cars and SupaCup up next. Then we've got the lunch break with the fan walks. As you can see there, the Polo Cup will be on the main straight, and then it'll be Formula 1600s and GR Cup on the Tigerberg straight. And then we move into the second heat of the G&H Transport Extreme Supercars. They've also got 3 heats of racing here this weekend. And then we move into the moment of silence for a couple of our friends and fans that have lost their lives sadly over the last couple of weeks here down in Cape Town. And then straight back into action in the afternoon for Polo Cup 1600s, Supercars, Global Touring Cars and SupaCup, Gazoo Racing, and finally the CompCare Polo Cup. Global Touring Cars and GTC SupaCup about to make the round to the circuit now. We managed to catch up with a couple of the drivers just before we get into race action to see what their plans are for today's racing. Penultimate round of the Global Touring Cars here this weekend, gentlemen, and it's all to play for. Starwood, at this stage, the points leader. What's the plans for Toyota Gazoo Racing this weekend?
Obviously to bag as many points as we can as a team, and hopefully to repeat what I did in the start of the year with the win in the first race and a good result in the reverse grid as well. So let's see.
Rob, I see there's a bit of a shuffle in the team. Take us through the new steed that you've got underneath you for this weekend.
Yeah, I mean, obviously we meant to change to the BMW during the course of the year, so yeah, it looks like we'll run it for the remaining 2 rounds of this season. It's been running well. We did a good test at Swartkorp, so it was positive. So today it's had a good feeling to it. So looking forward to tomorrow. I think collectively as a team we've been strong the last 2 rounds, and Julian's coming back into a good form, especially around Cape Town. It's always been good to him. So yeah, I'm looking forward to this weekend.
Jules, thank goodness is that Toyota Corolla still available. You've got to drive for this weekend. You can climb into a car that's been pretty competitive all season.
Yeah, I mean, the Robbie's Toyota is definitely not slow. I wouldn't say it's any slower than the BM. Just an interesting switch up that we've done. You know, see how the cars react with two different drivers. But again, his car's won 2 championships on the trot, so definitely no disadvantage to me. You know, we've been strong. Both cars have been strong this morning. You know, last practice was we had a P1, P2, so looking good for this weekend, and hopefully we can carry it through to tomorrow.
So it's Global Touring cars rolling to the line now, sorting themselves up. Just behind that, the GTC SupaCup category cars also starting to get into their grid positions. Big welcome there to Giles Darroch, who's just joined us. And Philly, let me just give you a heads up. This cold front was only supposed to come in tomorrow, so it is definitely ahead of schedule. And according to what the weather said, with the cold front only coming in tomorrow and then arriving today, did say that rain would follow. So we're hoping we get through the race day without any wetness. It is scheduled for about 10:30 this evening, but of course with the way that the weather pattern has come in, sort of at a rate of knots, no pun intended, a lot quicker than what was expected. We are maybe going to get a little bit of wetness later in the day. Hopefully not. Hopefully we stay dry until all the racing is done. That'll definitely make a lot better in terms of the decisions that have to be made and possible championships that could be wrapped up. But also throws a little spanner in the works for the teams. Always makes racing interesting. So they come to line up now for GTCs and GTC SupaCup. Global Touring Cars incredibly this morning saw Andrew Rackstraw in the Sparco Race Driver SA Lee Thompson Racing Golf 8 GTI put it on pole position. This local man knows his way around the track very well. Lines up alongside the new BMW driver with the swap out, as you just heard from both Robert Volk and Julian van der Walt. Rob Volk is now in the BMW 120 Ti, and he is ahead of Saud Variawa, his championship rival, championship leader Saud Variawa, in third place for Gazoo Racing in the Corolla hatch, and then Julian van der Walt in the Corolla Toyota from Investchem Chemical Logistics is there in fourth. Natyam Samanga for Gazoo Racing in their Toyota Corolla, he's there in fifth ahead of Josh LaRue in the Vibro frameless and Master Stairs car. That's the Audi. Michael van Rooyen will be behind them. He didn't quite have it go according to plan this morning in terms of qualifying in the second of those Gazoo Racing Corolla hatches. Brad Liebenberg and Machotsi are fighting for the championship due to the fact that Keegan Campos is not here this weekend. He is on marital duties, getting married this weekend. We wish him all the very best, and congrats to both him and Tasman on their marriage today. Hope it all goes according to plan and have a fantastic time and a long time together, but unfortunately that time has fallen into race weekend, and with the championship lead only 1 point, Keegan kind of said, well, you know what, I'm going to get married to the beautiful woman, so let's get that done first. So as I said, we wish him all the very best. He is sorely missed here at the front end, but it gives an opportunity to either Brad Liebenberg or Jonathan Mahotsi to try and take the championship lead away heading into the final round. We've got Tate Bishop for Angry Racing behind them with Arnold Neveling for the Goscore team alongside him. And I did see some Goscore supporters around the track as well, which is great to see. Hope you guys are enjoying all the race action. We're going to be shouting loud there for your man from Sudale Motorsport in the Goscore colours. Behind that, look out for the Calyx machine of Cara Hill. We've seen her in action already today. She had a fantastic outing, getting a third place in the Gazoo Racing Cup, the Yaris League. She's obviously looking more about that now. Possibly get a little bit higher up in Global Touring Cars GTC SupaCup. Roberto and David Franco at the back. Behind that, you've got JP van der Walt in there as well for Platinum Wheels Racing. They are going to be going at it as always in an epic fight for the win for GTC SupaCup. I did mention Bruce and Sinet Dance, who joined us on the live stream. Of course, they're the boss man from Sinet's point of view from Team Perfect Circle, not here this weekend. Episode Note, his car was piloted by Gendre Episode Note last weekend in Car Care Clinic 111s at PE. And maybe not quite up to scratch yet to get into the GTC SupaCup just yet for Gendre, but he'll definitely looking to make that as we head down towards turn one, and the Golf gets the drop. Wow, look at Rackstraw pulling away. Down into turn one, Rackstraw leads the BMW on the outside of Saud Variawa, but will be on the inside for the next corner, and Variawa realizes that. So he tucks in behind Robert Volk, coming out of turn one, Holzhoek, heading up towards Castrol. Pressure ready from Natyam Samanga to get through on his teammate Saud Variawa. Cara Hill and JP van der Walt are side by side, and Cara runs a little bit wide out of turn one, opening up a chance there for one of the Francos to dive on the inside. Oh! She's going backwards coming out of turn one. 360-degree spin for Cara Hill as she comes out of turn one. And I think there might have been a little touch between her and I think it was David Franco. David they're getting up close and personal with the young lady. Not intentionally, I'm sure, but a little touch has spun Hill out. Down the back straight away and into Fostron corner, I beg your pardon, for the first time. And Saud Variawa looking for a chance to get through on his arch rival in the championship, Robert Volk. Volk hangs on for second in the BMW. So we got Golf GTI 8 versus BMW 120 Ti. Toyota Corolla hatch, Toyota Corolla sedan. Hype Energy leads out the GTC SupaCup with Brad Liebenberg behind the wheel. Jonathan Machotsi in the Genuine Parts Volkswagen car in second, ahead of Arnie Neveling. Nieveling now ahead of Tate Bishop in the fight for third place. Bishop drops down 1, JP van der Walt behind them, Donnie van Niekerk, local man there for CompCare Click and the Stunt SA car. He's looking for a chance to get back at JP. And then behind that it's David Franco and Roberto Franco. Carey Hill dropping right to the back of the pack after that spin coming out of turn 1. So it's Rackstraw who leads out the GTCs. It's Liebenberg who leads out the SupaCup category. SupaCup heading towards turn 3 and into Damstip. Pressure from Machotsi. Machotsi and Liebenberg can take the championship lead here from the missing Keegan Campos. Liebenberg's win will secure him the championship lead. Machotsi will move to second. There's another lap's completed there by Rackstraw. Fastest car on track is Andrew Rackstraw. What a run here from that Lee Thompson Racing Golf GTI 8. It's a really, really hot lap time coming out of Rackstraw. Getting down now into the 14.9s. 15 ones and 15 deads from everybody else. Natim Samunga getting to 15 3s, 15 7s from Van der Vat. LaRue 16 4s and Van Rooyen 16 6s. That's how the field is split now for Global Touring Cars. Bit of pressure now coming on the back end of Josh LaRue from Michael Van Rooyen. Looking for a way through there in the second of those Toyota Gazoo Racing Corolla hatches. Trying to find a way past on the Audi. They come into that back straight away now. Watch out for the slipstream effect. Van Rooyen got through, but can LaRue come back at him under slipstream? Comes Saud Variawa looking for a way to dive on the inside. Can't find it just yet there. And had a big look. Looking at a chance to squeeze through there on Robert Volk. Global Touring Cars pack now spread out. A little bit of pressure coming from Saud Variawa. He maintains that pressure on Robert Volk, who just soaks it up for now. Here they come, heading into turn 2, Cashville corner. Some big maneuvers there from Saud Variawa, closing that gap down even more onto the back of the BMW. Volk's having none of it. He's just soaking that pressure up, not getting in anybody's way at this stage. He's in the way of Saud Variawa and moving to second, but they are both closing things down there on Rackstraw, who seems to have just slowed up slightly on this last lap. Rackstraw did the fastest lap of the race so far, but both Volk and Variawa have closed now the Golf GTI down. Across the line, they're going to be going now to start another lap as our GTC SupaCup top 5 make their way onto the back straight away. Rackstraw's gap has come down to less than a second now, so Volk and Variawa definitely starting to show that they got some intentions of getting to the front end. Watching Tate Bishop also looking to try and close things down there on the back end of that Gazoo car of Arnie Nieveling. Coming across the line, this is a flat out dice here between 4 SupaCup Polo GTIs in the mix there. I'm sure JP van der Walt would love to be in that mix. Not quite getting the start he wanted. And he's got his own little battle on his hands there with Donnie van Niekerk closing him down. The Titan Stunts and CompCare Clinic machine looking to try and find a way through there on that Platinum Wheels racing machine of JP van der Walt. Franco behind that. Both the Francos. Really going well here for these guys if they go onto that back straight away. Heading down to to get to the halfway stage of this race. Leaders at global touring car level have already started the second half of the race. A little bit of late braking, a little lock up on that Dunlop from Brad Liebenberg. Brad starting to feel the pressure there from Machotsi applying the pressure. Arnie Neveling doing the same thing out front. Speaking of pressure, pressure's coming from Volk now on Rackstraw. Andrew Rackstraw looking for a victory here. That'll be an amazing feat there from the Lee Thompson Racing outfit. Of course, Andrew Rackstraw also look to try and get the Sparko and Race Driver SA colours up there too in that Golf GTI 8. It's the lone one left from the three that were built originally. But unfortunately, sadly, we lost the two cars in a massive fire after a big head-on collision on the road back from one of the races. So the official Volkswagen entries are no longer around. So the third car in this Volkswagen brand, now flying the flag high at the front of global touring cars. BMW, the new contender, so looking to try and get ahead there. And Robert Volk has certainly shown his intentions. Volk gets up close and personal, but he can't find a way past yet on the Golf out front, and Rackstraw is keeping him honest. Looks like we might have gone, yeah, we have, definitely missing Saud Variawa. I was looking in the background just to see if it was Saud or it was Nati. Nati Msimanga's up to third. Saud Variawa's gone missing completely off the timing sheet as well. So I'm not quite sure what's gone wrong there, but don't worry about that because here comes Machotsi. Machotsi looking for a chance up in towards turn 2. Turn 2 for Machotsi, could possibly see a change up here. Yeah, here we go. Machotsi side by side with Brad Liebenberg as they go into turn 2, Castle Corner. Arnie Neveling waiting to pick up the pieces if something goes wrong between those two. Neveling all over the back now looking for a way through as Machotsi applies massive amounts of pressure onto Brad Liebenberg. Both cars out of Nathan's Motorsport fighting with the Stradale car, and Angry Racing coming along for the party. Almost there is Tate Bishop. This could change things up a little bit in this championship. As I said, if these two finish up the way they are right now, Liebenberg will take first in the championship, Machotsi will move to second, Keegan Campos will be dropping down into third, into the clutches of Arnie Neveling and Tate Bishop. But it's not done yet. So we got 3 to go for the leaders, 3 to go now for the GTC SupaCup category. Machotsi was real close as they came into this corner the last time. Not as close coming into Olzuk for this attempt. So it looks like Rackstraw's also pulled a small margin over Robert Volk. Just give himself a little bit of breathing room. It's only 0.7 of a second, but it's enough to just give him a little bit of space to play. They're coming up on the back end now of GTC SupaCup. Pops is in the house. What's up, Pops? How you doing, brother? Joining us here in the closing stages of Global Touring Cars and GTC SupaCup. Lead cars go around the outside of Roberto Franco. And Nati Msimanga tucks in behind the GTC SupaCup Polo GTI. It hindered slightly, but not a huge amount. Coming up on Carra Hill next. This is Robert Volk under pressure from Nati Msimanga. Msimanga wants to possibly redeem the name of Gazoo Racing and steal the victory there from Robert Volk if he can, help his teammate out, try and take a couple of those championship points away so that Sawood's demise and missing Toyota Corolla hatch could possibly be helped out here by his teammate. Karen sees them coming, gives some room there to Rackstraw to get past. Holds the line going through banked hairpin there. Now Robert Volk will probably power past her, heading onto the main straightaway to start the penultimate lap. In fact, start the final lap. This is the penultimate lap for the Hype car, the Volkswagen Genuine Parts car, and the Gosco car in Global Touring Cars SupaCup. down into turn 3. Tate Bishop just not able to get onto the back end of these top 3. He's just about 4 car lengths back. Here comes Msimanga. Nati applying huge amounts of pressure onto Robert Volk, looking for a way past. Great driving coming from Nati Msimanga here. Can he possibly spoil the day here for Robert Volk? I don't think anybody's going to spoil the day here for this man out front. And actually, I just possibly saw Saad Variawa still circulating, but a couple of laps down. So he must have come in for maybe a puncture or some kind of an issue. He's back on track. I just think I saw him out of the corner of my eye as he went across the line to complete another lap. But no one's going to catch Rackstraw. Flag to flag here for Lee Thompson Racing. And the Golf GTI 8 from Lee Thompson Racing. Vitro. And what a from the Sparko race driver SA man. He takes the victory and his home circuit. Beating Robert Volk and Nati Msimanga for the top 3 on the podium for Global Touring Cars. Julian van der Vat will finish up in 4th place. Battle for Super Cup still to be sorted out as they now head up towards Malmesbury and Sorrel Sweep. Out of the Sorrel van der Merwe Sweep comes Brad Liebenberg in the Hype Energy and Sparko car. Both those top 2 cars out of Nathan's Motorsport, of course, so preparation being done equally good on both of them. It looks like it is Saad Variawa they're about to come up on. Just want to see, get confirmation as they go through there. Will it be Variawa as they come through? So Liebenberg getting to the line now for the first victory for GTCs in the Super Cup class. And there you have it. Hype Energy and Sparko Nathan's Motorsport winning out over the Volkswagen Genuine Parts Nathan's Motorsport machine of Jonathan Bahotsi. There is Variawa. Confirmation that he did finish the race, but certainly on a car that's not working like it should. Some work to do there for the Fast Development guys and Toyota Gazoo Racing to get that car back up to pace. Rackstraw taking the victory ahead of Robert Volk and Nati Msimanga. Julian van der Vat and Michael van Rooyen beats out Josh LaRue for the top 6 overall and top 6 in GDCs. In the Super Cup, it's Liebenberg from Mahotsi, Arnie Neveling from Tate Bishop, and then behind them JP van der Walt making up their top 10. And an awesome job there from the GDCs and GDC Super Cup. Up next, we've got a small break in proceedings. We're going to be having some fun with the fans here in Cape Town. The fan walk is up on circuit next, and we've got a little bit of a break before we go into the second heat of G&H Transport Extreme Supercars. G&H Extreme Supercars making their way back out onto the grid one more time for the second of 3 heats today here at the penultimate round of the Extreme Festival. I wonder if we're going to see Roger McIntyre out there giving a good run at the front end, along with Charles Arangis, Jonathan DeToy, and of course looking forward to seeing whether or not Franco Scribranti's got his car sorted out. That Porsche did not make it out for the first heat, so there's been a bit of work, I'm sure, down in pit lane at Scribanti Racing to get that Porsche sorted out. If it has been sorted out, it'll definitely be back on the grid. If not, we might be missing, and that could be possibly handing some very, very valuable championship points to his rival in the championship overall, Jonathan DeToy. Two local Ferraris, of course, big welcome return to them. Autohouse Angel 458 and the 488 of Marcel Angel and Jason Everton. Some nice fights between them in the first heat, so expecting to see more of the same here in the second. Running in amongst the GT3 category cars of Gianni Giannacaro and Charles Arangis. Marius Jackson will look to continue his fight with Ricky Giannacaro in the battle for Class A. So lining up on the front row there will be Stuart White and Jonathan DeToy. Charles Arangis and Zolila Latlaka will be the second row of the grid. Gianni Giannacaro with Marcel Angel alongside him, the battle of Rees. Jason Everton is there too, also in the GT3 class. Marius Jackson leads our Class A with Ricky Giannacaro and Mo Mia in the Toys R Us Porsche. Joseph Ellerine for MJR Motorsport in the Audi will look to take another victory in Class B. He too has got some chances of closing the gap down pretty rapidly on Franco Scribanti with the lack of that Porsche on the grid. Remember, Joseph was only 20 points behind Franco in the overall championship. Possible transmission problems being put into my ear here for that Porsche, so that's a big pity for Franco. And of course it's going to make very interesting racing at the next 2 rounds of the G&H Transport Extreme Supercars. Going to finish up their championship up at SupaCup, and with those 2 rounds still to be sorted out, there's still some chance for him to come back, but he'll have to come back firing. Nice to see a big crowd here as well at the Western Province Motor Club, Killarney International Raceway. Caught up, of course, with the Councillor Nzwaki this morning, chatting to him about the City of Cape Town's continued involvement here with this circuit. And of course, with us coming back here on 2 occasions next year with the Extreme Festival, it's so good to have the support coming in. Also seeing Cashel getting involved behind the scenes too, with the rebranding of Turn 2. Continuing on with, of course, the likes of Fostron and a long-standing relationship as well with Smile FM. Great to have all of our local supporters here. They've got a massive fan base here at the Killarney International Raceway. And I'll be looking to see more action amongst the supercars now for the second 10-lapper.
Do that again. Do that again, bro. Do that again, please. The wave. Hey, there we go.
No, they think they're on TV. They're on the live stream now. They might make the TV show. Might use that shot for the TV show edit. But it is Stuart White who will lead things out now in the Aston Martin from into Africa Mining. His teammate Zolile Latlaka will be 2 rows back, 2 positions back from the pole position that Stuart's in. 2 Stradale Motorsport machines in between them. The 3rd Stradale Motorsport and Bisc Racing Nissan GTR of Gianni Giannacaro behind them. Then Marcel Angel for Autohaus, Angel in the Ferrari 488. Jason Ibbotson, his teammate, in the 458. And then Marius Jackson and Ricky Giannacaro. Momia, Joe Illerine. Behind them will be the Porsches of Nicky Dix and Blunden. Jimbo Giannacaro in the Lamborghini Gallardo Trofeo. At the back, Willy Sana and Daniel Kutsia making up this big field of extreme supercars, about to go to battle one more time. So they head down, of course, the back straightaway behind the safety car. That safety car will peel off into the pit lane and hand the duties for the restart of race 2 to Stuart White in the Into Africa Mining Aston Martin. Pace starts to pick up as they come out of Fostron corner. Stuart will dictate that pace. You see him basically just hold the pace until the lights go out. You may not accelerate until those lights do go out. They go out really early, and White hits the front by the looks of it. He's going to try and fend off the attack coming from Jonathan Dutoy from the word go. Dutoy slots up into 2nd place. Into 3rd place looks like it's going to be Charles Orangis, who forces Zolile Latlaka wide out of turn 1, and he'll have to slot in behind. Yes, he does. Right behind the Mercedes-Benz AMG. And you've got Gianni Giannacaro right on their tail with Marcel Angel, Marius Action Jackson, Mo Mia, and the Curvent Porsche there of Nicky Dix. They've got through on Ibbotson on the word go, so Ibbotson dropping down 2 places there, the 2 Porsches and the Audi getting through on Ibbotson. Not quite the start that the 2nd of the Ferraris wanted. Comes Jimbo on the inside looking for a way through there on Joseph Ellerin. He shuts the door. Follow through line astern as they go out of turn number 3 up towards Sorrel Sweep. And now down that back straight away. Onto the brakes already into Fostron. The lead cars go. Rest of the pack still flat out down that back straight. Top end of the top cars are just under the 280 km/h mark, which is just unbelievable pace from that leading car pack of Stuart White in the Aston Martin, the 2 Lamborghinis, and of course Charles Orangis in the AMG Mercedes-Benz. Jimbo Giannacaro fighting off the intentions of Marcel Angel. Gianni just hanging in there for the battle. GG at this stage leading things out in the GT3 class, but Angel once passed. I say leading, it's the GT3 of Charles Orangis that of course always catches me out in amongst those class A plus cars. So the Mercedes-Benz is the lead GT3 car, and it's 3rd place overall on the track ahead of Zolile Latlaka, 3rd of class A+. He's in 4th, Gianni's in 5. Marcel Angel wants by, he wants that top 5 again. Angel hounding the back of the GTR, but Gianni soaking up the pressure for now as they go once again onto that back straightaway. In the background also watching, that's a nice run there from Marius Jackson. Action Jackson into 7th place, leading Class A, and look at the gap he's got over the 2nd of the Class A cars there, Mo Mia, who's under a bit of threat there from Ibbotson. So Jason Ibbotson moves up 1 more position, slotting that GT3 Ferrari of his up ahead of Mo Mia, 2nd in Class A. GTR versus Ferrari 488 into turn 1. Bisc and Stradale Motorsport running the colours on that Nissan GTR. Autohaus Angel behind them. Watching for some progress here as well of Ricky Giannacaro. Ricky Giannacaro trying to close down on Nicky Dix and Mo Mia. They're fighting for 2nd and 3rd place. Well, it's 2, 3 and 4 I should say in Class A. Stormbreaker Lamborghini Huracan of Ricky Giannacaro, finding it a bit difficult to find a way past the 2 Porsches ahead of him. Good run there from Nicky Dix, who's on the tailpiece there of Mo Mia. And the Toys R Us Porsche under a bit more threat. Mo's had a bit of a tough weekend. He had a crash yesterday morning in one of the practice sessions. One of the local Audis unfortunately didn't quite know where Mo was coming and tagged him from the back going into turn 2, spun him out. And worked overnight to get that Porsche back up and riding, and a good run in the first heat and an even better one here in the second one. Mia up into second place overall in Class A. Currently sitting in 9th on track. Ricky Jonakora late on the brakes. Can he get through on the inside of the curve end? Porsche, no, can't. Nicky Dix hangs on for now. So a fight of note here between two Porsches and the Lamborghini. Porsche side by side as they go through. And now into the kink. Dix hits the front. He moves up ahead of Momia, puts the pressure on, and that pressure is big time. Coming as well from that Lamborghini just in the background. If they carry on this fight, there's a good possibility that Joseph Ellerine could join them. He's not too far behind. And Ellerine would love to be in fight there with those 3 Class A cars in his Class B GT4 spec Audi A8. GT3 spec car there of Jackson, of course, flying the flag high for MJR Motorsport at this stage. And 7th place on track and the lead of Class A. Overall lead is that man, Stuart White, ahead of that man, Jonathan DeToy. And White now getting down into the 7s. 107.9, fastest lap of the race so far from Stuart White on that last pass. So almost at the halfway stage, they're going to start getting into traffic now. Very good possibility that White and DeToy will start to close onto the back end of the field into the BMWs of Daniel Kutsia and Ulasana. And a Fostron. Top 3 powering around you. Equidistant gap literally between the first 3 cars on track. Not really an answer to the pace of Stuart White, but remember, as I said in the first race, he's been on international duties in GT3 and GT4 spec cars over the last 3 weekends in a row in Europe. So the experience there of Stuart White certainly coming into play here today. Take nothing away from the experience from both his teammates, Zolile Latlaka, probably a lot less than what he's got, but certainly a lot less than Charles Arangis and Jonathan DeToy have got there, who currently sits 2nd and 3rd overall. Latlaka just circulating nicely, looking for a top finish in Class A+. 2 third places are certainly going to bring him a little higher up in that A+ championship. Stuart White hasn't been involved in the full championship all season long. He's had a couple of appearances here and there. So he'll be looking for all 3 wins here today. That'll basically secure the role he was employed to do this weekend by this man, Zolile Latlaka, his teammate. Also getting in some valuable data, of course, which they'll be looking to use later on in the season as they come back down here to Cape Town in these cars, or cars of a similar nature. But in terms of the Inter-Africa Mining Racing team, those 2 cars will definitely be back here later on for the Killarney 9 hour. There's a bit of a maneuver. Yeah, there we go. Angel through on Gianni. Marcel Angel just finding a way past, coming on the exit of turn 1 and then cementing it into Cashel Corner at turn 2. So Angel now moves up into what is the top 5. Gianni Jonakara down into 6th. So Gigi now moves into 2nd place in the GT3 class. But remember, he's also thinking about the championship overall. Marcel Angel has only done the 2 Cape Town rounds, so he's not really involved in the championship. So Gianni's going to fight hard for the win for sure. But in the background, I just saw that was Jason Ibbotson in the background. A massive moment there for Jason Ibbotson in the Ferrari, coming out of Sorrel Sweep. the teammate there to Marcel Angel. I'm not quite sure if our director saw it. Paulie, if you want to just let him know. Out of sorrow sweep, the second Ferrari had a massive one. So I don't know if we got to pick up on that, but we probably got the cameraman to pick it up, so that'll definitely go out if this goes on the highlights at some point with the G&H Transport Extreme Supercars. They're coming up to that point now. There'll probably be yellow flags waving and change of surface as well being shown. So it looks like the Ferrari either's out of harm's way or it got back on track after the big spin in the background that we just saw. And certainly Ibbotson was out of shape in the background. Yeah, and he's gone from that little fight with the two Porsches. There he comes. So he has been able to get back on track incredibly. So it must have been just a spin out and catch the car in the dirt, bring it back onto the black stuff if he can, and he's done that. Second time we've had a problem there for Jason Ibbotson in the two heats, so he's had a bit of a tough time of it here in the return to G&H Transport Extreme Supercars for the second of those Autohaus Angel Ferraris. Lead cars are onto their penultimate lap. These cars are about to start their penultimate lap down the back straightaway. Momia, Nicky Dix, Joseph Ellerine. I did say he would come into play at some point. And that GD4 Spec MJR Audi R8 is now not too far behind the two Porsches. If he keeps it all together, he'll probably stay ahead of the Autohaus Angel Ferrari as well. John Okoro at this stage, second in Class A, Momia third in Class A, that's your leader in Class B. I think Ibbotson might be able to recover here and close things down onto the back end of the Audi. See a bit of dirt on the back tyres there. He's had that off-track excursion. Sorrel sweep 2 laps ago. As they come now into the closing stages of the second heat, it is Stuart White who has been the dominant factor this weekend. Aston Martin has literally been the class of the field, other than in a couple of occasions yesterday in practice where he picked up a little bit of a mechanical gremlin, but they seem to have got that sorted out today. White now looking for his second victory. Coming to the line for the final time now, checkered flag on standby. The two Porsches, Ibbotson and Ellerine, will have to do one more lap. But that's the end of race 2 there for Stuart White, and the second victory of the day for the Inter Africa Mining Aston Martin GT3, ahead of Trans Africa Racing and Stradale Motorsports' Jonathan du Toit. He will take the lead of the championship now with 2 heats of no Scribanti. And then it's Charles Orangi's finishing up and taking the victory in GD3s ahead of Zodile Leclerc, who finishes up in 4th place and will take A+'s 3rd overall for the second heat of G&H Transport Extreme Supercars. Marcel Angel hangs on. He'll be second in GD3s ahead of Gianni Giannaccaro. And then it's Marius Jackson who will come through for the win in Class A, down in 8th place overall. Ricky Giannaccaro second in Class A, and Momia in the Toys R Us Porsche will be 3rd in Class A. Class B going to go, as I said, to Joseph Ellerine, and that wraps up our second heat of G&H Transport Extreme Supercars. We'll be back shortly with more action on track as we get into the second half of racing here at the Extreme Festival of Motorsport at Killarney International Raceway.
Move, like the whole day. Well, this is the happiest.
So we're into race 2 now of CompCare Polo Cup. Shiriaka Yacht. We're hoping that the rain stays away until much later tonight. Big welcome to Peter Hardeman as well and Ruan Hussen, who've joined us here on our live stream, and all those guys on the Extreme Festival live stream as well. I saw a couple of guys throwing some comments there. Unfortunately, I haven't got that Extreme Festival page up in front of me, so I don't see all those comments, but I do believe there's a couple flying there as well. So a big welcome to you guys and everybody on YouTube who've joined us here for the penultimate round of the Extreme Festival. It's CompCare Polo Cup back on track for their second heat of 3 today, and it's a bit of a shuffle on the grid after the hot laps were put in race number 1. So fastest laps from race 1 will dictate your grid positions for race 2. So Anthony Pretorius goes on to pole position with Jason Loosemore alongside him for Team Red Racing. So it's OMP and Bucket List versus Team Red on the front row. It should be a really, really exciting start to the proceedings. Take into account that the championship leader and Loosemore's teammate, Charles Visser, is in 3rd, ahead of the man who just pipped him to the line in race number 1. That's Nathan Victor for Summit Racing and Floor Store on Trend. And you've got Faran Basha and Davy van der Merwe. Fastest yesterday in Super Pole was Davy van der Merwe. Fastest in qualifying was Faran Basha. So those two are going to be fighting hard, I'm sure, and trying to stay on track. Faran did have a little off-track excursion that also hindered Buxy Kamani's chances of getting through the field. Dean Fenter had a fantastic start and will look to do the same again here in race number 2 in his VDN Auto M-Town Polo Cup car. Bryce Pillay for the Design Lab and Metallica Auto Body team. He's in 8th. So Buxy Kamani in that Squadra Corsa machine that's in 9th, ahead of Jean-Andre Marais. First time out for him as part of Universal Motorsports Team Red Racing. So he's also being helped out there by Sarabix. And then you've got Giordano Lupini for Torcraft. He's right down in 11th place. So a lot of work to do for Gio from outside the top 10. Behind Gio and alongside Gio will be Mo Karodia for Fast 5 Motorsports and Lee Thompson Racing. Tyler Robinson for AF Fans and Universal Motorsport is in 13th, and Roshan Goodman, her teammate, will be alongside her for the start there for National Motorsport Mzansi and Team Red Racing. And then the Cool Touch Racing machine of Rasley Harris will be the final car on the grid, and looking to come through the field as he did in the first heat to be a little bit higher up than that final grid position. Yo, first heat was pretty spectacular, I've got to tell you. Second heat looks like it's going to be more of the same. Temperatures picked up ever so slightly in terms of track temperature because of the sun coming out for a couple of minutes now. So there's going to be a little bit more track temperature out there for those Dunlops to play on. I'll be happy about that, but it means it's going to be close racing again because lap times in the first heat were the first 12 cars within the first second. And then here now, we're looking at a similar scenario. It's about 11 cars that are split by that first split of the 1 minute 25s that were put into race number 1s. Right, so they roll off for their warm-up lap. This is exactly what Jason Loosemore would like to do and get the whole shot into turn 1. And he's going to be pushed hard by Anthony Pretorius, who'll be looking for a victory. Pretorius certainly wants to be back into the hunt in this championship, so the victory will definitely secure him some valuable championship points and possibly move him slightly closer to the battle at the front between Davy and Charles Visser. Heading down towards turn 3 now, trying to get the heat into the rubber. Switching from side to side. Trying to get some heat into those Ferodo brakes as well. Important, particularly with the couple of high braking corners that are here. Being through one of them, that's turn 1. There's another one at the end of the back straightaway. It requires a lot of braking power. long-standing relationship with the Ferodo brand. Polo Cup into its 27th season. We all know what the future holds for champions in this category, and particularly drivers that have come through this rank. They go on to bigger and better things, that's for sure. So standing by now for them to come to take up their grid positions for the start. Darby van der Merwe from 6th place has got some work to do if he wants a double victory and wants to stay in contention in this championship with his arch rival Charles Visser, the local man. Didn't have it quite go his way in the first heat. So Visser will also be looking to try and get to the front as quickly as possible, maybe use his teammate to his advantage. Visser played the teammate game only a couple of races ago to try and help out his then teammate Darby van der Merwe win the championship. He's done it on a few occasions, being the helper. He's now looking for help possibly from Jason Loosemore. If he can get through and Loosemore can keep the rest of the pack behind him, that'll certainly help Charles out, and I'm sure they've had a chat about that. Nathan Victor would love a victory at his home circuit, so he'll be pushing hard no matter what. Farhan Basha just missed out the chances of a debut win. QV Motorsport machine is definitely a fast car here, as we saw in qualifying yesterday. He was the fastest in qualifying, so let's see if we can do it all right here today in the second heat of CompCare Polo Cup. The breeze continues to blow here, as you can see from the flags on the sideline. Is it going to be hot racing down into turn 1? Of course it is. It's CompCare Polo Cup. Lights out, and here we go. Good start there from Giordano Lupini. Just saw him at the back of the pack making some ground up already. Look at that, a little touch between Victor and Visser already down towards turn 1. Pretorius trying to get the whole shot. Does he get there? Yes, he does. Side by side with Loosemore, who's round the outside. And Loosemore on the outside of a left-hander is not going to be a problem for him at all. He's used to that from oval track racing and the multiple championships he's got. Whoa, off track for Bryce Pillay and Fenta. Fenta and Pillay going right off the circuit there in the background. Slotting into right at the back, except for one. Not quite sure who that last car was that came through turn 1. Somebody's run wide there as well. One of the team red cars has run wide coming out of turn 2, Cashel corner. I think it might have been, no, it wasn't Visser. It might have been Loosemore. They head through now into Damstup. Squadra Corsa versus Fast 5 versus Torcraft. And it's Giordano Lupini, Mokarodia, and Baxi Kamani locked into a battle there for about 7th and 8th place on track. Great start from Rasley Harris again. Just watching in the background as well. I'm just trying to pick up, I think it might have been Loosemore who ran wide, or was it? No, this is Loosemore here in second, so Jay is into second place. Look at the front bumper there of Nathan Victor. Lots of damage on the front end of him. So Victor's gone into the back of somebody. I'm not quite sure who that was. But Nathan Victor with some massive damage on the front end of that car as they come out of turn 5, fast front corner. Coming across the line to complete the first lap, and it's Anthony Pretorius out front, disappearing now from Loosemore. Loosemore trying to close him down. Visser dives on the inside, heading towards turn 1, trying to get on the inside of Victor. Puts a wheel on the curbs. There's a touch between Victor and Visser. Victor runs wide, and Visser forces his way through. Muscling his way through there was Charles Visser. Farhan Basha joined him. Victor drops now back into the clutches of Darby van der Merwe. He goes defensive to keep that inside line in the Summit Racing car. And he's got Giordano Lupini on his outside. So Lupini pushing hard to try and stay there with those cars. And it's a little bit of a better start there from Gio, but 7th place nonetheless at this stage, trying to get 6th from Darby van der Merwe as he sneaks up into turn 3. Giordano Lupini comes out of turn 3 on the inside line. Has he got enough what it takes to get on the inside going into Sorrel Sweep? He does. He slots up ahead of Darby van der Merwe, who slots in behind him. Brings along Baxi Kamani, and looks like just ahead of that was Mokarodia. So Mokarodia into the top 8 now, fighting hard there with Nathan Victor, Giordano Lupini and Darby van der Merwe. Race 1 winner, Darby van der Merwe, can you believe that? Down at the moment in 7th and 8th place fight. Coming out of the bank corner, Victor on the inside for the Summit Racing machine, side by side with that Torcraft car of Gio Lupini. Giordano hanging on side by side there with his fellow Cape Townian. Pretorius getting the job done out front, but he's got two very, very fast Team Red racing machines closing him down. The first one is Loosemore. Have a look at this though, down into turn 1, here they come. Darby van der Merwe on the back end of Giordano Lupini looking for an inside line on Victor. He's through. Gets up the inside of Nathan Victor and slots up one position. Visser quickest on that last lap. Starting to close the gap down on his teammate Jason Loosemore. Here comes the return of Nathan Victor. Trying to come back at Darby van der Merwe, but that front bumper I think is hindering him big time. That loose front bumper is giving him a bit of a problem. He's not getting the same amount of drive. There's a bit of drag coefficient that's coming in there from the bumper running on the floor, but he continues on nonetheless ahead of Kurodia and Buxy Kamani. Fenta's just behind them. He's made a welcome return back up into possibly the top 10 by this stage. He's got through on Tyler Robinson. So Fenta now just ahead of Robinson after his off-track excursion earlier on. A little bit of wheels on the dirt there from some of the cars. Don't want to be doing that too often. We saw Ibbotson go off there in the GNH Transport Extreme Supercar Race 2. Here they come under braking. Darby van der Merwe trying to close the gap down on Giordano Lupini. Victor's dropped back. That bumper is definitely hindering him. And on the inside comes Fenta to follow Buxy Kamani through. Buxy Kamani goes side by side with Mo Kurodia as they come out of the left-hand kink onto the main straight. Main straight, it's Visser versus Loosemore. Visser's inside line could possibly steal second place from his teammate. He does. Uses a push-to-pass mechanism and goes through on his teammate. So he's found a way through on Jason Loosemore. Now he's going to ask Loosemore to try and help him out to catch the man out front, Anthony Pretorius. Fastest car on track at the moment is Faran Basha. He's down in 4th. Basha pushing hard. That's the reason why he's been able to close that gap down onto the back end of Loosemore, and Giordano Lupini's joined him. Not quite sure if that's right though. Giordano Lupini at this stage in the 5 spot ahead of Darby van der Merwe, and it's Mo Kurodia fighting with Buxy Kamani. So the timing monitor just slightly out on what's actually happening on track, but that's because they haven't crossed the finish line again to reshuffle the positions that have changed up over the first 4 corners on track. They head down towards turn 5 now, down that back straightaway, and it's Venter looking for a way through there on Victor. Nathan Victor with that front bumper dragging him down. Certainly going to slow him down the back straight away, and Fenta goes past him. Fenta goes past. Looks like Tyler Robinson's going to go with him. Tyler diving through on the inside, trying to find a way through on Nathan Victor. Doesn't quite get there yet. Squadra Course versus Fast 5 Motorsport. It's Buxy Kamani and Mo Kurodia. Fight for 7th and 8th as Pretorius crosses the line and completes another lap. So Anthony Pretorius doing a superb job out front and fending off the intentions being shown by the 3 cars behind him. And I say 3 because Faran Basha has joined that pack. The QV Motorsport man is now right on the tailpiece of Jason Loosemore, second of the Team Red Racing Machines. Security Fencing and Alarms and Renegade Racing car there from Team Red. Here comes van der Merwe. Has another look going into turn 2. Squadra Corsa moves up 1 position. Buxy Kamani returns the favour on Mo Kurodia and retakes that place. So Buxy down into now 7th place ahead of the hard charge coming from 4 cars behind him as well. Look at that. Tyler Robinson's joined the party, so is Jean-Andre Marais. Haven't mentioned a lot of Jean-Andre Marais in this one, but he's the new man at Team Red Racing. The Cyrobix man joining Team Red for the first time this season. Oh, sliding out of Sorrel Sweep there. Bit of slipping and sliding coming out of Buxy Kamani and Mo Kurodia. Pretorius now under huge threat. Charles Fiss has closed that gap down dramatically, and he's onto the back end of that OMP and Bucketless racing car. So it's a fight for the win, it's a fight for the championship as well. Championship lead will extend if Fisser can certainly get this win in the bag, but he's only going to have another 5 laps to do it in. 5 done, 5 to go. Jason Loosemore trying to fend off the attack coming from Faran Basha, but Basha moves up 1 place. QV Motorsport man up into 3rd place now ahead of Jason Loosemore. So Loosemore, the second of those Team Red Racing Machines, drops down to 4th place. Team Red, Loosemore in 4. Team Red, Fisser in 2. Meeting the sandwich is that QV Motorsport car of Faran Basha. If you look at the times, Faran Basha is really going well at this stage. he could potentially be a threat at the end of this one to both Visser and Pretorius. Up onto the back straight they go through Sorrel Sweep. Darby van der Merwe, Gio Lupini, followed by the battle between Victor, Tyler Robinson, Mo Karodia, Buxy Kamani and Fenter. That's how close that is. There is Victor leading that little charge out at this stage with that broken bumper. Just can't bridge the gap there to Mo Karodia at this point. Here comes Visser under attack from Foreign Busher. Pretorius though opened up a little margin, probably went to a push to pass down that back straightaway to get away from Charles Visser. Visser looking to come back at him though. We're going to have 4 more to do in the second heat of 3. Visser with a push to pass now. Late on the brakes into turn 1, back up into second. Foreign Busher moves to third as the attack continues there from Charles Visser. He must have had a push to pass there to get through, using that little bit of extra power that gets given to the engine with that push to pass mechanism that they use here in Polo Cup. QV Motorsport, how many of those are left in Foreign Busher's arsenal? Maybe he's still got a couple left. A couple might just help him into the closing stages, but it's not helping the two of them because they're fighting so hard. They're allowing Pretorius to get away. He's almost a second up the road now, 0.7. And that gap will continue to grow if they continue to fight as hard as what they are. Karodia, Fenter, and Buxy Kamani. Nathan Victor falling into the clutches there of Roshan Goodman by the looks of things, and Tyler Robinson. Oh, he's battling there, big time. Jean-Andre Marais coming into the picture as well as Nathan Victor keeps dropping by the wayside. That bumper is definitely a massive hindrance to his progress. It's being a massive drag coefficient on the car and having to drive almost over it to get through. He's now slowed him up and dropped him right to the back of the pack, behind Jean-Andre Marais and behind Rasley Harris. Another lap down, 3 to go. Visser once again late on the brakes into turn 1, closes the gap down a little bit more onto the back end of Anthony Pretorius. He's brought the gap down by 0.1 of a second, so a tenth of a second back on that lap. And they're off 3 laps to go. He needs to make up 6 tenths. He'll have to at least find half a second a lap here to ensure his victory if he wants it. First 4 getting away, heading down towards turn number 3 now. Actually not too far behind. Darby van der Merwe and Giordano Lupini are literally closing them in. Could potentially make it a fight into the last 2 laps here if they can just bridge that gap. Fenter, Kamani and Karodia, the second pack on the road. Further back from that, Tyler Robinson fighting with Bryce Pillay again. Bryce Pillay in the Design Labs and Metallica Autobody car, closing down on that AF Fans Team Red racing machine of Tyler Robinson. Oh, and Bryce Pillay sideways under braking down into turn 5 Fostron corner, trying to find a way to get later on the brakes than Tyler was. Comes up alongside the young lady, but can't find a way through. Defensive driving from Pretorius. He knows that Visser means business now. With 2 to go, Charles Visser is on the attack big time. Darby van der Merwe and Gio have almost joined the back of the pack. And Lou Small will be watching his rearview mirrors, realizing that they're coming quickly. Doesn't look like he's got an answer there to Foreign Busher's pace, but he's certainly going to have to be wary about the pace of Darby van der Merwe in that OMP Nathan's Motorsport car. And of course the Torcraft car there and paybar machine of Giordano Lupini. So Pretorius fends off the attack from Charles Visser at this stage. Heading into Sorrel Sweep. Watch for the drive now. Has he got to push the pass left? We'll have to wait and see if Charles got one left here to see if he can do something down that back straightaway, or will the slipstream help him? He's trying to get into that slipstream now of Anthony Pretorius as they come down the back straight for the second last time. Late braking required here from Visser, even later from Pretorius. He does exactly that. Exceptionally late down into Fostron. Anthony Pretorius hangs on for now. Good drive from Charles Visser, is right on the back bumper now of the Bucketless Racing and OMP cars. They came out of turn 5 Fostron. Slightly better drive there from Anthony Pretorius. Did he have a push to pass mechanism left? Looks like he did. He's pulled a little bit of a margin now heading onto the final lap. One push to pass on the last lap is exactly what Anthony Pretorius needed, just to give him a little bit of breathing room. And look at that, it's 2-3 car lengths he's been able to pull now over Charles Visser. Visser will be much happier with this performance though, in second place as opposed to down in 5th. So definitely looking to stay in that second spot, not give Ferran Basha a chance of getting through on him. And if he does that, he's going to hang on for dear life, and it's going to be, of course, another more couple points to add to that championship lead he's got over Davy van der Merwe, who's 2 cars behind him. Don't think he's going to be able to catch Pretorius here. Pretorius got enough of a margin there to hang on for a reasonable amount of braking. Whoa, Lupini off track. Gio just running completely off track there. Visser late on the brakes, but it's too late, unfortunately, to try and get past Anthony Pretorius. Pretorius is going to do exactly what Davy van der Merwe did and lead this race almost from start to finish. From start to finish, in fact, is exactly what Pretorius is going to do, although he was hindered by a couple of cars initially. Anthony Pretorius, second win of the day in CompCare Polo Cup, goes to the OMP Bucketless Racing car of Anthony Pretorius ahead of Charles Visser. He maintains his lead in the championship with that second spot. Ferran Basha for QV Motorsport comes through for third. Jason Loosemore in 4th and beats out Davy van der Merwe and Giordano Lupini. Phenomenal race there, as we expected. One more of these to come, the last race of the day. Make sure you stick around for that one, because I think whatever was held back in these first two will certainly not be held back in the final one here today. There is confirmation of the unofficial results there. Pretorius from Visser, Basha from Loosemore, and Davy van der Merwe beat out Giordano Lupini. Baxi Kamani hangs on for 7th ahead of Dean Fenter and Mo Karodia. And Tyler Robinson in the top 10 for Team Red Racing. Up next, Formula 1600s courtesy of Investchem.
global thing to do for everybody else has 10, except for Bessie Bester, he only did 100.
So as you can see, making their way to the grid now, second heat of Investchem Formula 1600s, our single-seaters. Notable return there for Antoine Geldernes, who blew the engine in the first heat. And they managed to get one lap in just before we had the minute silence for a few of our friends and fans and family of the Western Province Motorsport Club, who lost their lives sadly over the last couple of months. But, up next, of course, we get into race action from Formula 1600s and potentially the first crowning of your 2023 national champion. The first championship could be wrapped up here if Troy Tolenchek can convert that pole position into another win. He's already taken one victory today. The second victory will secure him the national championship here in Investchem Formula 1600s. Sujan Property Investments car versus Abacus Divisions Racing on the front row. Gerard Geldernes would certainly like to spoil that chance of him securing the championship and make it go down to the final round at SupaCups. If he can do that, he has to try and take the victory. Dolenchek off the line though, very nicely. Good start from everybody on the pack as they head towards turn one. It is Gerard Geldernes who slots in behind Troy Dolenchek, and here comes Jason Kutsia on the inside. Oh, wings flying in the background. Someone touching there. Was that potentially a little touch between Antoine Geldernes and I think maybe Siabonga Mungunkwana? The two of them possibly having a little touch heading down the main straightaway towards turn one. Cars fanning out for turn two. Nicholas Van Wheely's one of them. Inside line coming out of Shrin Naidi, looking to try and keep out Alex Voss. Voss is side by side there with his teammate as they come out of turn two. Castrol into the kink, heading down towards turn three. Someone will have to give way here into turn three, and it's Schofield who slots up the inside with Munkunkwana. The left wing on Munkunkwana's car is missing, so it was definitely Siabonga Munkunkwana who came together with somebody down the main straightaway towards turn one. I assume it was Antoine Geldernes who was coming through pretty rapidly, but as you can see, he's dropped back now, so could possibly have been one of the other cars involved in that incident towards turn one. Jason Kutsia up in the third place with already pressure coming right from the word go there from Nicholas Van Wheely. Van Wheely looking to try and get back up on the podium if he can. He's got to find a way through there on Jason Kutsia if he can. This is how we do things here. Out front, Joey Dolenchek, the dominant factor in 2023 in the Investchem Formula 1600s, is certainly the man to beat today. And he's getting it all done right from the word go here in race two, pulling away comfortably to almost 1.2 seconds up the road from everybody else. Gerard Geldernes is now fending off Nicholas Van Wheely, who's looking to get up into that third spot and find a way past on that Mint Coachworks machine. The Rapworks car under pressure there from the magnificent paint and hardware machine. Jason Kutsia hangs on for now, but he's got a hard charge coming from Nicholas Van Wheely in that magnificent paint and hardware in Hamilton's Formula 1600. On their tail, waiting to pounce, will be Alex Voss. Voss has pulled slightly away now from Andrew Schofield in the Sapphire car. He's just behind there in 6th place, and Munkunkwana still in 7th. Fending off Storm Lanfear, Antoine Geldernes and Casey Ensel-Smith. Outside line coming from Nicholas Van Wheely. Inside line from Jason Kutsia looking for second. Can he get through there on Gerard? He can. Oh, that's a great move there from Jason Kutsia. Using the slingshot that is provided by that bank corner and finds a way past. So Kutsia up in a second. Looks like Van Wheely might go to third as he can get around the outside. He does. Of Gerard Geldernes into turn one. So Gerard Geldernes looks like he might be having some problems here in the second heat. His brother had some issues in the first one and the engine blew. You can see it just in the background there, the red livery on that second Abacus Division Racing's Formula 1600. Under pressure now from Voss and Schofield. Munkunkwana joined the party as well. In fact, Siabonga Munkunkwana without a front wing, fastest car on track. Can you believe that? 16.077 and no front wing. And Siabonga Munkunkwana is holding nothing back here to try and get to the front of this race. Monkon is 7th place at the moment, so still some work to do to catch the front of the pack. But he's in that 2nd place or 3rd place battle, or 4th place battle, I should say, as they come down onto the braking point. Foss and Schofield close in on Gerard Caldenas, who's dropped down to 4th. They now make their way down into turn 1 again. Another lap completed, 7 to go still. Incredible to see that these guys are fighting so hard, and it's the penultimate round of this championship. Looks like Donacek just wants this championship in the bag. That's why he's pulled away dramatically at the front end. Almost 2.5 seconds up the road now from Jason Coetzee in 2nd. Coetzee, Van Wheelie and Gildenhuys slowed each other down, and it's given that Sujan Property Investments car a chance to get away. So Donacek now trying to hang on for potentially the first South African championship to be crowned at Extreme Festival here this weekend. Coetzee looking for 2nd. Van Wheelie. Caldenas at this stage still with some pressure from Foss, Schofield and Monkonkwana. Siabonga actually looking to try and find a way through his teammate if he can. Remember, he's missing the front left wing there, or front left wing on the car. Trying to drive around the outside of Schofield up through Fostron corner. And they come to complete another lap. 4 done, 6 to go. Not quite the halfway stage just yet for Donacek, but he goes quickest. 15.661 there from Troy Donacek. 16.0 was fast from Monkonkwana, but a 15.6 is much quicker, showing the kind of dominance that Troy's had in this class this season. He's been a tough man to beat on numerous occasions at all circuits around the country, and he's looking to wrap up this SA Championship in the Investchem Formula 1600s here at his home circuit, in front of his sponsors. That's the way you should do it, I suppose. I do know that his plans for next year already have been put into fruition. He's writing matric, so he's going to concentrate on his studies next year, doing a couple of the regional races here at Killarney International Raceway, and then he'll make a welcome return to national championship status racing in 2025 once he's completed his matric. Schofield is looking for a way to get back at Monkonkwana now that he's been overtaken by his teammate there. The two Investchem boys fighting hard. Halfway stage reached. Jason Coetzee, Van Wheelie, so close. Will Nick Van Wheelie have a go here at Coetzee in the closing stages? Oh, there's Monkonkwana under braking, locks up and opens up the door. And Schofield says, I'll have that, thanks. Dives back at Sia into turn 1. Sia comes straight back at him into Cashel corner, turn 2. And about to join the party and spoil the party maybe for those two is Antoine Caldenas. So the man who had the broken engine in race number 1, he's come back here rapidly and potentially going to be looking to fight it out here with Schofield and Monkonkwana. Got Foss not too far up the road there from him. Alex Foss will have to watch those rearview mirrors because it's going to be close between the two of them into the closing stages here. There's no doubt about it. Foss being closed down by Schofield. Schofield trying to bring Monkonkwana along for the ride. And Antoine Caldenas about to get there. Very late braking from Monkonkwana to try and close that gap down again on Schofield. It's hindered slightly through the left-handers because of that left-hand wing being broken. Foss is on track. Gerard Caldenas. He's now turned the wick up, realizing there's a chance he can maybe get past on Nicholas Van Wheelie and get back onto the podium. Caldenas inside into turn 2. No, not close enough. He had a look. Nick Van Wheelie was well aware of where he was. Was not going to let that car come through. Another lap here. Getting closer to the end of this championship. Not the end of the actual championship itself, but the fight for the championship might end here with the win going to Donacek. Oh, Van Wheelie with a problem. Something's broken on Van Wheelie's car. Coming out of Sorrel Sweep. You just see the front left just fall to the left-hand side, and Van Wheelie's in the wall. So Nicholas Van Wheelie has crashed out with a breakage into Sorrel Sweep. And he's parked on the outside now of Sorrel Sweep. That might be necessary for double wave yellows there. We've only got, 4 to go? 3 to go, make it as our leader crosses the line. Just saw on that shot there, Paul, I don't know if you can give me a replay. But you just see the front left of the car just fall to the left-hand side and break. I think maybe it's one of the control arms or something. There, you can see it there, look at that. Something breaks on the left-hand side of the car, sending Van Wheelie into the dirt and then straight into the tyre barrier. Such a pity to lose that car. He was going so well. But Nick Van Wheelie there for the Hamiltons and Magnificent Paint and Hardware car, parked on the sideline. They've been through there already, so there would have been waved yellows, I'm sure, to warn them about the car on the outside of the circuit. They're going to go through there again. 2.5 laps to go, double wave yellows. Oh, and starting to slip and slide. I wonder if there's possibly something down there after that breakage, or is that just Golden Ace getting it sideways all on his own? I don't see a change of surface flag, just yellow flags being waved, I should say. But Gerard Gildenace was literally lit up through turn number 4 there, Sorrel Sweep. Tolanchek coming through to complete another lap and starts the penultimate one. 2 to go. Imagine what the thoughts are going through that helmet now. 2 more laps and I've got a championship in the bag. 200,000 Rand coming my way and a test in a global touring car at the beginning of next season. Could be close here for third. Second and third certainly up for grabs here as Foss realizes he's in with a chance of a podium. Gerard Geldenace fending off the attack there from Alex Foss, from Schofield and from Monkonkwana. With a lap and a half to go, any one of those 3 could actually spoil the day for Gerard Geldenace. Let's see if he gets it a little bit sideways again. This time, no, much smoother and not sliding as much as he came into Sorrel Sweep. So it is Troy Donachek on his way to victories. He starts his final lap in a couple of 100 meters time. Big dive on the inside there from Schofield, trying to find a way through on Foss. Foss shuts the door. There they come. Across the line and another lap done. And on to the final one. And once again with a 15-1 on the second last lap. Donachek goes quickest. Foss goes defensive. Fends off the attack from Monkonkwana, who dives on the inside of Schofield. Schofield will have to go defensive into turn 2. Close race action here between the two Investchem cars. The Sapphire 1 wins out for now. Donachek with half a lap to go. Jason Kutsia is looking for a second place. Gerard Geldenace has got a little bit of breathing room now. Foss also with a bit of breathing room. Antoine Geldenace has turned the wick up on this last lap too, looking for a chance maybe to spoil the day here for Monkonkwana and for Schofield. Here they come down that back straightaway for the last time. You see the wing on the left-hand side of the shot there of Nicholas Van Wheelie. But it is Troy Donachek into Fostron and Cape Town corner. And the man from Cape Town in the Sujan Property Investments Formula 1600 is coming across the line for a double win. And your first SA champion for 2023. Championship done. Donachek's got it. And you can see how happy they are on the wall. That is top class race action there. Well done, Troy Donachek. Jason Kutsia for second. Gerard Geldenace for third. Foss hangs on for 4. Beating out Schofield and Monkonkwana. Nice return there from Antoine Geldenace after the engine blow. Finished up in 7th place ahead of Naidu, Lanfear and Casey Ensel-Smith. There is your unofficial results. Troy Donachek and your first South African champion crown for 2023 in the Investchem Formula 1600s takes the win and takes the championship. Kutsia in 2nd place ahead of Geldenace. Then Foss and Schofield. And an awesome effort there from our Formula 1600s for the 2023 season. Oh, my queen's just joined me. Welcome. How are you doing there, Sudot? I see you had a good day in the saddle today at the Chalk Cycleathon, and 186 Ks of racing for you there. But we still got 24, 32, and 38, 48 laps of racing still to come your way there as we get into the Extreme Supercars. Third and final heat up next on track here at Killarney International Raceway and the penultimate round of the Extreme Festival. We move into the final heat now of G&H Transport Extreme Supercars. Tiny's up in the commentary box. Missing you too, brother. I hope it's all going well up there. The Tiny's pit box, and of course supporting the WPMC commentators today. And now we're getting into the final heat of what has been a spectacular day's racing in G&H Transport Extreme Supercars. Notable absence, as you'll see, is the Franco Scamanti Porsche. Transmission issues on that Porsche, unfortunately, have waylaid him and put him on the sideline for the entire race day. He has not competed in one of the heats today. So the championship leader has lost that championship lead to Jonathan du Toit, and he starts on the front row alongside race 1 and 2 winner Stuart White in the Into Africa Mining Racing Aston Martin DB GT3. I did see a couple of new people joining us. Linda Pretorius is in the house. Hey, how you doing? And so is Tiny. So the two of them sitting up there in the commentary box, watching me and watching the racetrack at the same time. My queen's there too, and I believe Monkey Moo's in the house as well. So, hey, Monkey Moo. Certainly need to get you down to some of these events as soon as possible and get that youngest motoring journalist in the world up and running again. Looks like there's problems there for Stuart White on the pole position. That car is stalled by the looks of it, and he's not got going. So race 1 winner, race 2 winner, not getting off the line. And all the other cars have gone around him. Something has gone wrong there on the Aston Martin. And that's a huge one for this event. Looks like his teammates, Olilo Latlaka, is sitting right behind him. Is there a problem on both cars, I wonder? The rest of the field get underway along with Charles Laranjis. Laranjis eventually gets going. So does Jason Ibbotson in the 458 from Autohaus Angel. But a massive problem here for Stuart White. If they can get the car going, of course, he can take up his position at the back of the pack. He won't be able to resume his grid position. Looks like it might be some kind of power issue there because lights are not coming on, and as they try and push it to bump start it, it doesn't seem to want to bump. We might have to keep the safety car out a little bit longer, because he certainly can't start the race with all those guys still stuck on the grid and that car on pole position. So the first lap might be under safety car. That lap will count, of course. Oh, they're trying to get that car fired up. The guy's running from the pit lane to try and help out. Has it got fired up? Yes, it has. Had to push start an Aston Martin GT3, not the easiest thing to get going. Stuart White, now that he has got going, lights the tyres up and gets going and tries to close that gap down. It's a dramatic, almost an entire lap lead he's lost there onto the front end. So Jonathan du Toit potentially in the pound seats here and looking for a victory. They're going to keep them under safety car. They've kept them under safety car for another lap. Kind of thought that might happen, but the race has started. This is the start of the race. I would assume under safety car. Unless they're going to give them one more lap to warm up and allow Stuart to get to the back of the pack. Aston Martin down the back straight, full tilt. Stuart White now tries to make up that ground as quickly as possible. He will resume his position, not at the front of the grid, but at the back of the grid. He comes out of Fostron as the field heads into Castrol. Interesting finishes if he has to come through this field. He's got the ability to do it. Of course, he's got the fastest car on track, but it's not always easy to get through the slower cars, particularly in a field so big of extreme supercars. He's coming out of turn 2 right now. They're coming out of turn 3. Daniel could see it with the last car on the track, but he'll be alongside Stuart White. That's something I'm sure Daniel would not be looking forward to. But there he comes, and he's made up the ground within the space of a lap. So the Aston Martin takes up his position. And are they going to allow it to slot through? I don't think they will. He'll have to start from the back. He's trying to come through. He's trying to come through. Trying to get to the front of the race to resume his position on the front of the grid. I'm not quite sure if that's allowed, but we'll wait and see. He seems to think it is. He's thinking he can get back to the front and resume his position on pole. And that's exactly what he's done. He's come right from the back of the pack and got back to the front and taken up pole position. Okay. Oh, I'm not quite sure if that was allowed, Stewie, but we'll wait and see what the COC says about that. Here we go. They're now in their start positions and ready to go. Lights about to go out for the third and final time for G&A Transport Extreme Supercars down towards turn 1. As we saw in the first 2 heats, White had the whole shot with the inside line and gets it again. Zolile Latlaka, his teammate, runs wide onto the dirty stuff and into the kitty litter there. In fact, he just avoids the kitty litter, fortunately, but he slots right to the back of what is Class A at this stage. Start from Ibbotson and Angel. They're up a little bit higher up, and then comes the attack of Into Africa Racing's Zolile Latlaka to find a way through on the second of the Hurricanes. That Lamborghini of Ricky Giannaccaro was made a short meal of there by Zolile Latlaka. Class A plus 1 and 2 at the moment. Third place is Charles Oranges versus the GT3 competitors. Latlaka has dropped back into about 7th or 8th place at this stage, so he's got some work to do. Leading GT3 is Charles Oranges. Second is Jason Ibbotson. Third at this stage, Marcel Angel. Class A, Marius Jackson, Action Jackson, and MJR Motorsport Audi R8. He's actually just ahead of Gianni Giannaccaro by the looks of things. Yeah, he is. Giannaccaro behind the Audi. I think that was due to the fact that they both had to take evasive action on a slowing Lamborghini. It ran a little bit hot into turn 1 on the first lap. That's the one in the background. Lime green and black headed towards us. So Zolile Latlaka ahead of Ricky Giannaccaro. Curvent Porsche's Nicky Dix. It's the Toys R Us Porsche of Momia just ahead of the Audi. The second in the MJR Audis, that's Joseph Ellerine. Behind Ellerine, looks like it's the Satchco car, yes, of Van Blunden. So Blunden coming into the mix now as well. A little bit higher up than what he was in the first 2 heats. Here we go. Onto the back straight. Top car is going to be reaching just under 280 k's an hour before they climb on the anchors and bang it down the box into turn 5 Fostron. Amazing to see these cars in full flight down that back straight away. If you ever get a chance to come down and you see an extreme supercar race, the gallery at the end of the pit lane is definitely a spot to watch. Or even you can just get onto that back pit wall that runs parallel with the back straight and watch these cars come fly. Whoa! In the background, the Ferrari sideways. Ibbotson has got out of shape again out of turn 1. Jason Ibbotson spinning out in a massive... No, it's not. It's Angel. It was Angel this time that spun out. I assumed it was Jason because he spun on both races so far. But this time out, it's Marcel Angel. He came out of turn 1 really hot. Climbed on the loud pedal and the back end stepped out in that 488. So Ibbotson continues on his merry way. This time he's not the spinner. Apologies there, Jay. It's his teammate, Marcel Angel, who was in 4th place overall, who spun out. Giving Ibbotson 4th. Marius Jackson 5. Here comes Zolile looking to try and get that 5th place away from Marius Jackson in the Lambo. So, the first Lamborghini, second on the track. And this is the man who's going to take the lead of the championship, Jonathan Dutoy, after a good outing in all 3 heats so far. He hasn't won all 3 heats, but he's got second in every single one as it stands. And if he stays where he is right now, the third one will be his as well. 3 second places with no sign of Franco Scrivanti. He's definitely going to move him to the lead of the championship with 2 more rounds to go. Speaking of those rounds, one is at SupaCups, and that happens on the 14th of October. And then back at SupaCups on the 18th of November for the final round of the regional side of this Extreme Festival. And these guys will be the headline act at that event. Zolile Letlaka late on the brakes, looking for a way through on Ibbotson. Ibbotson shuts the door. As the Lambo's got some more power, but he's not going to make it easy for him. He's going to make Zolile work hard. Lambo should have a little bit extra squirt on the straight, so if Zolile's timed it right, he might be able to get past on Ibbotson heading down towards turn 1. He's done it. There you go. A bit of smoke coming out of the Ferrari. A bit of smoke out of the back of that Ferrari is a concern for Jason Ibbotson. Marius Jackson dives on the inside of the Ferrari. The Ferrari's slowing. Ibbotson's got problems. It's starting to smoke out the back of the Ferrari, and that's slowing him down. Something's gone wrong in that engine bay. And now Jason Ibbotson, the second or the leading Auto House Angel Ferrari, slowing dramatically. We'll try and nurse that Ferrari back to pit lane, I'm sure. Hopefully stay off the race line, because if there is anything in terms of fluids dropping out of the back of that 458, I beg your pardon. That's the 488 there of Marcel Angel. Eventually Gianni Giannacara is through on Jackson. Coming down here into turn 5, Fostron corner. Gianni now ahead of Marius Jackson as they cross the line to complete 5 done and 7 to go. Race action here from Extreme Supercars, 12 lapper. We've had 2 10 lappers earlier on. Gianni Giannacara now trying to avoid the bumps. Marius Jackson taking the inside line and hitting those bumps in the Audi. Marcel Angel on the return run here in amongst the Porsches and the Audi. He's got through on Joseph Ellerine. He's now looking to try and get through on Nicky Dix and Mo Mia. This stage Marius Jackson leads out Class A. Ricky Giannacara is second and Mo Mia is third. There is Ricky Giannacara in the Stormbreaker. G&H Transport. Oh, is that Blunden? 77 is Ant Blunden, yeah, parked on the sideline. Looks like he's had a problem at Castrol as well. Ricky Giannacara on the brakes down into Fostron corner, staying ahead of Mo Mia. Staying ahead of his arch rival in the championship for Class A. They're a long way back on that Audi that's in the shot right now. Second car in shot is the lead car in Class A. Certainly still in a bit of a fight here with Jackson. You know, he's got a slightly quicker car. Bisc Transport and Stradale Motorsport Nissan GTR. Staying ahead of the Audi R8 GT3 spec MJR Transport machine. MJR Motorsport, beg your pardon. There's a lot of logistics companies involved in this racing. Here's your leader. Haven't seen much of him. That's because he's disappearing at the front end. He's got 6 seconds up the road on Jonathan Dutoy. Stewie, in these conditions, was a little bit hotter, maybe a little less wind. Could potentially be looking for a lap record, but he's just looking for 3 wins out of 3 starts, more importantly. And it didn't look like that was going to happen. As we started this third and final heat, he stalled on the grid and couldn't get the car fired up again. As I said, I'm not quite sure if his move from being push-started on the grid to the front of the pack may be deemed legal. We'll wait and see. My assumption was Woody would have to start from the back of the pack, but he made his way to the front and they started the race with him there. Somebody must have been happy with that, or else they're going to tell him afterwards. It's not always the best thing to do. Ricky Jonakara runs wide out of Sorrel Sweep, allowing the Porsche and the Audi through, so it looks like Jonakara might have a problem as well. Nicky Dix through. Joseph Ellerine has gone along for the ride with Nicky Dix, and ahead now of Ricky Jonakara, the Stormbreaker Lamborghini Hurricane from G&H Transport. Marcel Angel continues to tick them off one by one. Angel now up into 7th place overall. We're dropping back to the literal back of the pack. Spinning out, coming out of turn 1 in about lap 4. Ferrari, really awesome machine. A literal guttural roar out of it every time you hear it come past. Lambo and AMG out of Strada Motorsport could basically be seen as leading each of their respective classes because of Stuart White not being involved full time in this championship. There is Stuart White now in amongst that pack of Audis and Porsches. Will be coming to start as Angel heads into turn 1. Incredible to see the pace of that Aston Martin and Stuart White behind the wheel. Take nothing away from Marcel Angel and his pace at this circuit. He's very fast at his home track of Killarney International Raceway. But Stuart White looks like he might be able to catch and pass him over the next 2 laps. And Angel might be lapped after that little spin coming out of turn 1. So White onto the short straight, up towards Sorrel Sweep. He's coming up on Momia, who gets the blue flag, warns him that the faster car is coming. So the Toys R Us man will be well aware of that. It's Gianni going around the outside. His brother Ricky. Or was that Jimbo? That might have been Jimbo. No, that's actually Jimbo in the Gallardo. Apologies there, Rick. Should have seen the green wing mirrors. Jimbo Jonakara in the Gallardo Trofeo. Leaders onto their final lap. Stuart White leading from Jonathan Detroit. Ricky Jonakara closing in now. He's trying to return the favour there on Joseph Ellerine and on the Porsche of Momia. Used the Lamborghini coming through on them as they slowed up for that. Giving them a chance to maybe take back those positions from the Audi and the Porsche. So this is the Ferrari from Autohaus Angel. Is he going to give way to this Aston Martin and do 1 lap less? Or will Angel keep it buried and try and stay ahead of the leader? He's doing just that. He doesn't want to be lapped by Stuart White, so blue flag waves for Angel, but he doesn't have to worry about that because Stuart White will roll out as he comes to take the third and final victory, and 3 in a row for Inter Africa Racing in the Aston Martin. 3 second places for Jonathan du Toit, and a couple of nice podiums for Charles Ranges might bring him back into the overall contention for this championship as well. Joseph Ellery with 3 wins in Class B will definitely bring him ahead of Franco Scribanti, heading to the next round of this championship at SupaCups, and that's on the 14th of October, the final round of the National Extreme Festival. Their final round, of course, happens on the 18th of November, the final regional will be at SupaCups as well. So stand by for action for 2 more rounds of Extreme Supercars. So that's Gianni Giannacara going across the line ahead of Marius Jackson. Let's have a look at those unofficial results there. Stuart White taking the victory in Class A+, ahead of Jonathan du Toit. So Lila Letlaka will be 3rd in Class A+, but 4th on the road. GT3s goes to Charles Ranges in 3rd on the road, ahead of Gianni Giannacara and Marcel Angel. Class A, it's Marius Jackson, Momia and Nicky Dix. In Class B, once again with 3 wins on the day, Joseph Ellery in the MJR Audi. Global Touring Cars are standing by. They'll be out on circuit soon for their second heat. It's GTCs and GTC SupaCup. We'll be back shortly.
races to go. Global Touring Cars in Court 20. Gazoo Racing Cup. And we'll end the day off with the CompCare Polo Cup. So 3 more races to go. It's now approaching 3:15. So there's still enough time before it gets dark here in Cape Town. And from our side, we'd like to say thank you so very much to all the folks that come out here to support Killarney International, to support the second last round of the Extreme Festival. The comedy team up with the booth today, to the comedy for the few guys around the circus. Myself, thank you, Gary Fleming, that's just it, Byron Knight, and Tiny from Tiny Superbox, Tiny, have a month of that. Some good.
Can do, Paulie. Big welcome back to Extreme Festival's penultimate round here at Killarney International Raceway. Second heat of GTC's and Global Touring Car SupaCup. About to make the run to the circuit. We caught up with some of the GTC SupaCup competitors as we headed into today's racing. GTC SupaCup has been very, very exciting all season long. Arnie, you're just behind those top 3 in the championship, but of course with Keegan not being here this weekend, there's a very good chance of you getting up into that top 3 overall.
Yeah, it's good for me, not so good for him, but you know, best wishes to him on his marriage. I think it's quite an exciting thing for him. And yeah, SupaCup is just so competitive. You know, we trying all the time different things. It's just to find that last little bit seems to be really tough. But we keep chipping away at the block, and hopefully we can have a good one.
Gospel car's been good. Has he got some pace for this weekend?
Yeah, absolutely. I'm really hoping for a good weekend. Practice, we've tried a couple of things. I think we're going the right way, and yeah, just really thankful for them. You know, having them on board is a real privilege.
The Franco boys are back. It took you like a whole year to decide whether to come and race with us again, but fortunately you guys are here. What's the plans over going into this weekend's race?
So obviously, as you said, a long 12 months that we haven't been racing. So firstly, just good to be back and back on the grid. To be honest, no real expectations. Just keen to be a part of it and go out there and have a good time. But yeah, hopefully next year we'll be full time. We'll join you guys at every event, and we're just hoping for the best.
Sounds good. Rob, from your side, it's great to be back, but of course you've also got a little bit of fun and games with another local boy in Donny, the Masters Championship. I mean, he's pretty much wrapped it up, but you could spoil his day a little bit tomorrow, couldn't you?
Definitely going to be watching it from the back, from what I can see. Just got back from America, and I think it's going to be a great weekend, and really happy to be back. I'd like to thank the sponsors, the series sponsors, and also Team Universal for helping us get the car ready last minute, because we only decided 2 days ago to get me on board. So thank you everybody, and wishing everyone the best.
John Kruger coming down from Team Universal Racing to help him get that again here in Global Touring Cars GTC SupaCup. So a big welcome back to Roberto and to Davide for their return into the GTC SupaCup competitive racing here today. Race 2 about to get underway for GTCs and the GTC SupaCup. It's an inverted grid, remember? So we're going to see some fun and games, I think, on the front end of this one, particularly if we've got the likes of Josh LaRue on pole and Michael van Rooyen alongside him. They might have just been hanging back slightly. I don't want to say sandbagging, because they weren't. They were fighting hard. But they've definitely got a chance now to turn things around in the second heat of the day for Global Touring Cars. The other interesting factor, of course, is hearing there from the likes of Arnie Neveling. Very, very congratulations to Tasman Campos, I would have to say is that name by now, and to Keegan Campos, our championship leader, coming into this round in the GTC SupaCup. And with their wedding today, they were not able to make it here for this round of the championship, which will see things change up dramatically with Brad Liebenberg and Machotzi. They were only about a point and so behind the leader in the championship, Keegan Campos. So Liebenberg would have taken that lead with his win, and Machotzi would be right up there as well, hunting down a chance to be top 2 in this championship for 2023. And the interesting factor, of course, as you heard there from the GTC SupaCup side of things, great to have the Francos back. Hopefully they're going to be back up in fully fledged race cars for the entire season. But I also got a message all the way from Scotland. Paul Luty, teammate to Donny van Niekerk, unfortunately not going to be making it out here for the last couple of rounds of the GTC SupaCup class. But he is in Scotland watching us from his, I would say his studio, but it's not his studio. It's his workshop, and enjoying some of those shortbreads he used to bring over for us from Scotland. So Paulie, from our side, you're sorely missed, buddy. Thank you for supporting us and for watching from Scotland. But you are definitely sorely missed, and would definitely be a welcome return to this grid in Global Touring Car SupaCup. Looks like we're almost good to go here for race 2 of GTC and GTC SupaCup. Still got some race action to come from Toyota Gazoo Racing, their second heat, and the third and final heat of the CompCare Polo Cup. It also has to be sorted out for today before we finish up today's racing here at the penultimate round of the Extreme Festival. As we're waiting to go here, just Paulie in your ear. You don't think we might need to check the filter on that camera? The reverse camera out of pit lane here. Might just be a bit dark at this stage, I'm not quite sure. It's coming up quite dark on my screen, I'm not quite sure it's coming up on yours. No worries, just giving you a heads up what I saw. But we are under starters orders now and about to roll out with Leroux and Van Rooyen on the front row. Van der Walt and Msimanga the second row. And we saw the pace that Nathi Msimanga found in that second heat. So let's see if he can maybe use that pace to keep Robert Volk and Andrew Rackstraw behind him. Rackstraw was the race 1 winner in the Lee Thompson Racing. And that Golf GTI 8 certainly found some great pace down here in Cape Town. Whatever Lee's been doing to the car seems to be working well. And working together there with Race Driver SA and Rackstraw to get that car to the front end. Certainly paid off in the first one, but he's got 5 cars to get through if he wants to be there for the second one. Saud Variawa will start from the back of that grid of GTCs, and the championship leader had some problems of his own and had to go into pit lane, come back onto the circuit, and eventually finished up, but he's now going to have to try and get a victory if he can from the back of the pack to keep himself in the hunt for this championship. Robert Volk would have closed him down with that second place. And remember, Robert Volk is in the BMW and Julian van der Walt is in the Corolla this time. They've swapped vehicles for this round and for the rest of the championship. Liebenberg, Machotsi, Neveling and Tate Bishop, front rows of GTC SupaCup. Those 4 were locked in an epic battle in race 1, so I look forward to another one here in race 2. Big factor here, of course, with the wind picking up and the temperature dropping. These engines are going to work a little bit better. Track temperatures have died down a bit, so the Dunlops will take a little bit longer to get up to race pace and to race temperature. But also down the back straight you got a huge tailwind, so late braking could potentially catch a couple of cars out with that additional wind pushing from the rear end of the car. That's the gap that's left between GTCs and GTC SupaCup. Liebenberg holds them back ever so slightly coming through the kink to allow the global touring cars to get on their way. They head down towards turn 1, and it's Leroux who's going to try and get the whole shot. He's got it. Leroux heads down towards turn 1 with, looks like Julian van der Walt trying to dive on the inside of Nathi Msimanga, and he gets through on Nathi Msimanga's teammate as well in Michael Van Rooyen. Van Rooyen into the grass. Forced wide there by Robert Volk as well, as Van Rooyen now falls into the clutches of Saud Variawa, who follows through with Robert Volk heading out of turn 1. Here comes the GTC SupaCup into turn 1. Tate Bishop tucked in behind by the looks of things. Oh, good start there from Donnie van Niekerk, the Masters champion by the end of this race. Donnie van Niekerk, the local man, definitely in with a chance there of 4th place overall, and that's exactly what he'd love to wrap up this championship. But he's got his fellow Cape Townian on his inside in the Angry car, and here comes JP van der Walt as well for the ride. The Platinum Wheels car looking for a chance to get through, but can he hang on? No, he can't. He's going to try and go through there with Tate. Donnie sees him coming, shuts the door. Leroux late on the brakes, but inside is Van der Walt. Julian van der Walt looks like he's going to overtake Leroux into turn 5 as he come out of it. Yes, they do. He just gets through on the inside line and slots ahead of the Audi. So some changes there as Leroux comes through. Leroux there in the Vitro frameless, and a whole bunch of very fast cars. And with the pace that Leroux had this weekend, I don't think he's going to be able to keep out for much longer. Nathi Msimanga and potentially that Lee Thompson racing machine. Variawa side by side there with the Golf as they come out of turn 3. And now the Golf drops to the back of the pack, so Variawa going to try and use his teammate to get through there on Josh Leroux in the Audi. New leader in GTC SupaCup, Machotsi hits the front for the first time. Liebenberg into second. The Goskor car there, and Stradale Motorsports, Arnie Neveling still in third, with Tate Bishop with a little bit more pressure this time. Wow, Machotsi was sideways. Full time because they've stayed on. Usually see the cars hazards come on when he uses a push to pass, but they've stayed on all the way down that back straightaway. So I don't know if that was just him trying to catch the steering wheel and hitting the hazards by accident, but the hazards have stayed on Mokhotzi's car. Problems. Is that Michael van Rooyen? Yes, it is. Michael van Rooyen, the second of the Corolla hatches, now slowing into turn 2. Out front, Van der Walt leads in Robert Volk's Toyota Corolla. Robert Volk in Julian Van der Walt's BMW is right on his tail. Formation flying here for Chemical Logistics and the WCT team as they head onto that back straightaway again. Natim Samanga hanging on for third place, trying to keep off the attack that's coming from Lee Thompson Racing's Andrew Rackstraw. Down the back straight comes Mokhotzi, still at the front end of GTC SupaCup. And no changes there in that top 5. Since Mokhotzi's at the front, he had a little bit of pressure coming from that Hype Energy machine of Brad Liebenberg. Someone locking up the brakes in the background. Still no change up between him, Samanga and Rackstraw. Nati keeping out the Golf GTI 8, Toyota Corolla, BMW 120 Ti, Toyota Corolla, and Golf 8 GTI. Super run here from Nati. He has had a great weekend, and now looking for another podium if he can keep it all together there and stay ahead of Rackstraw. Rackstraw having a lunge. He has a look. Not going to go just yet. Mokhotzi continues on his merry way, trying to pull away now from Liebenberg. JP van der Walt is right there as well, pushing hard on the angry car. Two of them running very wide out of turn 3 onto the rumble strip. Continuing to carry that corner speed through Sorrel Sweep. Calex's machine there is Cara Hill. Four down and 8 to go. And Julian Van der Walt sets the pace out the front end. Fastest lap so far from Van der Walt. 15.408 for Van der Walt as he crossed the line on that last pass. Robert Volk in the 15.5s. Same thing from Nati and Samanga. 15.6s for Rackstraw. They head down to that little short straight there between turn 3 and 4. Tigerberg straight as it's known. Heading onto the main straightaway, the back straight now. Long back straightaway here at Killarney International Raceway. These cars just over the 250k an hour mark as they get under the braking for turn 5 Fostron corner. Josh LaRue hangs on for now, keeping outside Variawa, your championship leader. That's not an easy thing to do. Sawood needs to get higher up. Ariel is losing lots of valuable championship points here this weekend, having not been able to get through in race number 1 with an issue and pulled off the circuit. Here in race 2 now, having some problems of his own further back, down in 5th place. It's definitely not where he wants to be. Make it 6th place, I should say, behind LaRue, who's in the 5 spot. Mokhotzi continues to lead things out. He's got permanent push to pass there. No, he just has his lights are on. Maybe that's a tactic that he's using. Keeping those hazards on doesn't allow Brad Liebenberg to see when he's using that push to pass. Angry Racing's Tate Bishop in 4th again. What can he do here in the closing stages? Nice run here from Donny van Niekerk. Of course, he's going to wrap up the Masters Championship here this weekend at his home circuit. Titan Stunts and Car Care Clinic sponsored car there ahead of the Calyx car. Then it's the two Franco machines. The two of them running in Graphic Supply World colours for this weekend. Nice run here from Sarwood. Sarwood looking a little bit more dangerous now. LaRue fending off with the attack. Trying to just place that Audi in the right place to not allow the Toyota Corolla hatch through. Certainly not an easy thing to do, keep out the championship leader after the season that Sarwood Variawa has had so far. He runs high and wide and then cuts back to try and get the drive onto the main straight. Let's see if it works out for him. Van der Walt, Volk. That's your top two. Bit of breathing room now for them. Coming up on some back markers as well. That might help Robert Volk out a bit, depending on how Julian van der Walt gets through those back markers. Lights ablaze on the Toyota Corolla, so Franco will see them coming. Roberto's going to be the first car that's going to be caught here by these two Chemical Logistics WCTT machines. Down into turn one go the GTC SupaCup leaders. And there's a big margin now between the first 5 cars. Donnie's still in with a chance of catching JP van der Walt, but I don't know if JP's going to make it easy for him. Rackstraw still looking for a way past on Natyam Simunga. I don't know if he's going to find that here in the closing stages. We are 2/3 of the distance done, 1/3 to go. Volk, no answer there, with Van der Walt getting through the traffic relatively unscathed. Natyam Simunga's done the same thing there to Rackstraw. Rackstraw's going to have to hang on for a 4th spot here, by the looks of it. He's not giving up though. They come down that back straight away now. Julian van der Walt still leading things out. Jonathan Mogotsi still leading things out in the GTC SupaCup class. Mogotsi, of course, running Volkswagen genuine parts, Sonax and CompCare colours on that car. Prepped, of course, by Nathan's Motorsport. Actually got to see Graham Nathan just on the sideline there at the end of the straightaway at the Park Fermé area, watching his two drivers. Looks like Brad has settled for second. He doesn't seem to have the pace that Jonathan has got in this second heat. But he's going to just try and manage the gap between himself and 3rd place in the Gosco car there for Stradale Motorsport, Arnie Neveling. So GTC SupaCup down into Fostron corner. Little locking of the brakes there from Brad, so you can see he's still being pushed there. He hasn't quite given it up yet. There's still a fight on there between himself and Arnie Neveling. Heading down into turn 1 again. They've got 3 to go. See Marco van Rooyen's car just parked on the inside of the circuit there. after a little bit of issues there he's had. Now there's definitely some pressure coming from Arnie. That's the second time we've seen Brad Liebenberg lock up the brakes. So he realizes that Arnie's not given up just yet. And Arnie certainly won't give up until that flag comes out. Going to push hard now for 2.5 laps and try and force a mistake. Liebenberg. It's not an easy thing to do. Looks like there might have been some problems in the background there for Tate Bishop coming out of Sorrel Sweep. JP van der Walt was the first car that came through behind these two, so Bishop's gone missing. Has Tate Bishop made a mistake up at this part of the circuit? Let's have a look and see. We're watching the Toyota go through there. Do we see Bishop's car anywhere? No. If he did have a mistake, he might have been able to bring it back onto the circuit. So Sawad Variawa eventually gets through there on LaRue. Calix's car there is Cara Hill, and she's about to be caught as well by the two leaders, along with Davide Franco. Comes the BMW and the Toyota from Chemical Logistics, led out by that Toyota Corolla of Julian van der Walt. Van der Walt goes through on Hill and down towards and he slows up. Van der Walt slows up. Oh, there's some team tactics coming into play here. So Van der Walt has led the entire race, and right in the closing stages slows up and allows Robert Volk to go through. So they're playing the team game here. They're going to give Robert Volk maximum points as he comes through there for the win in the BMW 120 Ti. Definitely some team tactics coming into play there with the demise of Sawad Variawa so far back. Going to allow Robert Volk to close that gap down in the championship with the victory. This is the back end of GTC SupaCup. In fact, it's the mid-pack because that was Donnie van Niekerk fighting hard for the Masters side of things, but also for a top 5 overall. He's just outside of that top 5 behind JP van der Walt. Machotsi going to be taking it to the line though. Volkswagen Genuine Parts, Nathan's Motorsport, Sonax and CompCare. As he heads down to the back straight and into Vostron for the last time. Jonathan Machotsi going to wrap this one up. Machotsi takes the victory there and wins out over Brad Liebenberg and Arnie Neveling. So nice to see Jonathan Machotsi at the top end of the field again. Tate Bishop manages to keep out JP van der Walt just as they cross the line. And Arnie van Niekerk comes through just behind them for 11th overall. So unofficial results there. We've got Robert Volk ahead of Julian van der Walt, gifting his teammate the victory there as van der Walt pulled over at the end of the main straight. Natim Samanga for Toyota Corolla Gazoo Racing in third, beats out Andrew Rackstraw for Lee Thompson Racing. And Sawad Variawa, your championship leader, even though he put in the hottest lap of the race right in the closing stages, unfortunately didn't quite go according to plan for him this weekend. He finished up in 5th ahead of Josh LaRue. SupaCup was Machotsi, Liebenberg and Neveling, your top 3. Up next, we're going to Gazoo Racing's Yaris Cup and the Yaris 86 League. So lined up now for the second and final heat of GR Cup, driven by Netstar. It's the Yaris League and 86 League about to go at it again. Race 1 winner was the Chaba Mashigo in the 86 League, and it was Saad Variawa who won the first heat and basically wrapped up the championship with that. This second and final heat of the day for them. If he takes the victory, he will take the championship with a round to go.
These things are low though. These are almost standard, okay.
Get a rolling start, a little bit of a gap between our media guys and of course the CEO of Gazoo Racing and Toyota here today. Great to have Andrew Kirby in the car, he's in the black and red machine. Change up in the media grid positions, of course. Chad Lookoff will be starting on the front row ahead of Brendan Staniforth. So Chaba Race 1 winners down in third ahead of Rion Esterhazen, the marketing man from Gazoo Racing, getting a chance to get behind the wheel. And he's ahead of the boss man Andrew Kirby and Dennis Dropper. Mark Jones will be at the back of the pack as well as they come round through Sorrel Sweep. 8 laps of action of Toyota Gazoo Racing to come, 12 laps of CompCare Polo Cup, and then we're done for the day. Saad Variawa and Nicky Vastanis will be the front row. Variawa with the number 5 and purple wing mirrors. Yellow wing mirrors is Nicky Vastanis, 24. Pink wing mirrors, 77. Is Ryan Nyka. 86 is already in formation. Yaris guys and girls still got to get into that formation as they come into the main straightaway. Kirby's going to be alongside the number 12 car there. Tom's live man. Dennis Dropper.
Donate the organs if there's anything serviceable. Burn the rest.
Waiting to go. Lights out, and we're racing down towards turn 1 for the final time today in the Yaris League. And it is Saad Variawa who gets the whole shot. Vostanis goes defensive. Inside line from Cara Hill. She sneaks up on the inside of Nika. Nika under pressure right from the word go. A little bit of touch there between Ryan Nika, and it looked like it was Tariq Adam that was coming up his inside, looking for a way through. Lukov leads out. Chaba Mashigo into third place behind Brennan Staniforth as they come up towards turn 2, Cashel corner. Dennis Tropper side by side with Andrew Kirby. Is that Jonesy at the back? Yes, it is. Mark Jones at the back. So Rion Esterhazen has got a much better start this time out and is into the back of the pack of that front part of the 86 League. So it's Variawa from Vostanis, Vostanis from Hill, Hill from Bjorn Berthold. Berthold, I think, just ahead there of Nika and also of Tariq Adam. Renagen car there starting to move through the field a bit better than what he did in the first heat. Bjorn battled a bit in that first heat. He seems to be having a little bit of issues with the top end pace of that car. He's the only one of those front 6 cars that didn't change cars. They did a full driver shuffle around, and drivers and cars changed up from the original cars they were in. Berthold now getting to grips with the machine and coming through turn 1 in 4th place. Looking to try and close that gap down on Cara. Lukov late on the brakes, but even later coming from Brennan Staniforth as he tries to hang on to that second spot ahead of Sechaba Mashigo. So it's Chad Lukov for Auto Trader leading things out over the Marula car. Remember, these cars at the front are all prepped by Bucketless Racing. Chris Budnick and Freddie Pretorius from Fast Developments doing the preparation on those cars to get them as evenly as matched as possible. Same thing here in the Yaris League. So it's up to the driver's skill more than the car's ability. We'll try and give them an even amount of power, an even amount of ability in terms of the race cars. You can see the tailwind here that they've got as well. Look at those trees just on the left of our shot blowing straight down into Cape Town corner, Fostron. You'll see those hazard lights coming on now. Well, the hazard lights in this class are actually the hazard lights that would work on the road going version of these vehicles. These are all road going cars that are being raced here in the GR Cup. And with those hazard lights coming on, it means that you're doing excessive braking and the ABS system is coming into play. Berthold maintains that lead just ahead of Ryan Nika at this stage. The two of them have pulled away ever so slightly now from Tariq Adam. He's the last of the Arises on track. Slightly higher up in the first one. Not sure what has happened yet to Tariq in this second heat. Good battle, top 3 fighting hard here for the 86 League. Lukov runs a little wide coming out of turn 3. Chatty feeling the pressure coming from Staniforth and from Mashigo. Top Trader Man dealing with the pack of 86s at this stage though, so he wants to try and hang on to it if he can. Slipstream might come into play here for Brendan Staniforth. He pulls out of that slipstream. Not quite enough though, and he runs high and wide, opening up the door and just squeezing through there is Mashigo up to second. Good move there from Sechaba Mashigo to go up in the second spot. place in the hands of Nicky Vastanis at this stage. Saad Variawa sets the fastest lap, 1:24.1 out of Saad Variawa. That's a hot lap time around here. These are all-wheel drive Yaris's at the front end here too. Oh, Chad Lukov opens up the door, and Mashigo says, thanks very much, I'll have that. Pressure got to Lukov into turn 2, Cashel corner. He ran wide. Mashigo pounced at the opportunity, taking it and getting to the lead of the race. Now heading down into the back straight away. Let's see if Lukov can return the favour under the slipstream effect. Can he get close enough to have a go at Chaba Mashigo by the time they get to the bottom of the straight? No, not close enough. Once again, Chad runs high and wide, trying to drive around the outside maybe of that bank corner. That might give a chance there to Staniforth to dive through. No, Brent just slots in behind. He'll wait a little bit longer, maybe not show his cards too soon. Hill, Nika coming back here at Bjorn Berthold. Battle of the Sevens. Berthold was through for a small moment and then favour was returned. Ryan Nika going defensive to keep out Berthold. Berthold on the inside this time. Bjorn Berthold was really working hard there, trying to keep out Ryan Nika, but wasn't able to do it. Nika's through. Now he's going to try and find a way back at Ryan Nika. Let's see if that slipstream comes into play. Bjorn's in the slipstream. He's going to look to pull out, heading down towards the bottom corner. And will he be good enough on the brakes to squeeze through? No, he's not. Oh, he is. He's having a look. Try and find a way past if he can. Now down into turn 5, Fastron go the top 3 in the 86 League. Variawa once again setting another hot lap, a 24 dead. Sure, that's an impressive lap time there from Saad Variawa. Polo Cup fastest lap yesterday was a 25.2. 24 dead there from the Arises. Sure, that's impressive. All-wheel drive system certainly helping them out. 200 kilowatts to play with. The fight continues there between Nika and Berthold. Berthold back ahead. Still the top 3 maintain their positions. Watching in the background as well as is it Esterhazen? Yes, it is. No, it's Jones. Jones and the boss man going at it. A super run here from Kirby. He's had a phenomenal outing. I'm sure he's enjoyed every moment of it, fighting with his media contingent in the 86s this weekend. They head up towards Sorrel Sweep one more time. So Variawa and the lead pack have got 2 laps to go. Stanis in second, comfortable at the moment. Hill in third, also comfortable. The battle's for fourth. Nika's joined the Tariq Adam has joined the party as well now. So the little fight there between Bjorn Berthold and Ryan Nika has slowed them up enough for Tariq Adam to close down on them. Someone's run off wide out of turn 3. So it might be one of the backpack. They're all fighting for 4th place. Was it Berthold? I think it was. Yeah, Bjorn Berthold. running off out of turn 3 and dropping right to the back of the pack now. Nika into 4th, Adam into 5. The Chaba Mashigo looking for a double victory here today. He might need a couple more points to wrap up the championship in that 86 league, I think. So 2 wins might be enough. I'm not quite sure on the maths. I haven't got the maths in front of me right now, but certainly in with a chance. Variawa, though, certainly going to wrap things up here. On the last lap into Cashville corner. So onto that back straight now for the last time for Saad Variawa. There's a good possibility that Variawa could wrap up the championship here for the Yaris League. But you got to take it to the line there for Mashigo as well. So in a new car after they did a full shuffle of the grid in terms of drivers and cars here this weekend. Did not stop this man from getting to the front end and winning both heats on the day. So it's Saad Variawa with the victory. Second place to Vastanis. And third place to Cara Hill. Not too far behind Cara though. Coming through in the closing stages was Ryan Nika. Tariq Adam finishes up ahead of Bjorn Berthold. So Chaba Mashigo now down into turn 5. The ASA double M machine. That's 2 out of 2 for him as well, as he heads to the line for the checkered flag the second time today. This time though he'll be followed home by Chad Lookoff and then Brennan Sanaforth. So that might just change things up there in that championship slightly as well. Behind that you've got Rian Esterhuizen. What a run there from Rian. Marketing man coming through there nicely for a top 5 finish. So it's Saad Variawa, Vastanis and Hill, your top 3 in the GR Cup for the Yaris League. And 86 is won out by Mr. Chaba Mashigo, Chad Lookoff and Brandon Staniforth. We got one more race to come your way. It's the 3rd and final heat of CompCare Polo Cup. Looking forward to that one. And I hope you've enjoyed all the race action so far. I see Steve and Bronwyn Galgocci have joined us as well here in the closing stages. Big welcome to you guys. How's things going at the Koi Farm? have certainly been very lucky with the weather here in Cape Town. Windy conditions continue to blow here in the mother city, but fortunately the rain has stayed away, and it's been a big factor that's been of concern to a lot of the drivers and teams heading into the closing stages of today's racing. You see lots of clouds in the background, and of course with that cold front coming in 24 hours earlier than predicted, a lot of the teams were concerned that we might not get a full day's racing without a bit of wetness. But it looks like we might get through these 12 laps before the rain comes. It's only due, now that I've heard, at about 10:30 this evening. So yeah, we have been very lucky with the introduction of this cold front coming in about 24 hours earlier than predicted on the weather report. However, it didn't detract from any hot racing on track today, and particularly in this class, with the third and final heat now lining up. So we've seen lots of race action. We've seen a victory come out of Davy van der Merwe. We've seen a victory come out of Anthony Pretorius. We need a victory out of Charles Visser if he wants to be in the lead of this championship by the time we leave his home city and head to SupaCup on the 14th of October to wrap up this championship, because it's not going to be done today. Team Red have had the victory in the championship for the last 4 seasons in a row, and Charles Visser, leading the championship coming to this round, was looking to try and wrap it up here at his home track. He's now going to have to wait to take it to the home track of Universal Motorsport, his team. Farhan Basha and Nathan Victor on the front row, Summit Racing versus QV Motorsport. And then it'll be Davy van der Merwe and Anthony Pretorius, the 2 race winners already here today on the second row. Jason Loosemore and Giordano Lupini, Bryce Pillay, Dean Fenter. And if I look at how things are going, I'm just trying to pick up where Charles is on the grid. I don't see him. I think he might be right at the back of the grid. He is indeed. Right at the back of the grid is your championship leader, Charles Visser. Just want to check my phone in case anything went out on the Polo group as to the reason for that. There's only something there between Dean Fenter and Bryce Pillay. I don't see any penalties or incident reports being posted regarding oh no, there's Charles Visser there. He has moved up. So apologies there. They've readjusted the timing monitor. I was wondering why he was so far back. There's no way that should have been right, yeah. So apologies on that one. I spotted him now on the grid, and also they have made a plan with the timing monitor to give us the correct start sheet there. So I'm not quite sure what went wrong there, but anyway, here we go. Our last bit of race action coming away now from CompCare Polo Cup. As always, when it's a 3-race format, it's kind of no holds barred. I'm hoping it's not going to be too much no holds barred here, because they usually just throw caution to the wind in the third and final heat to these young competitors in Polo Cup. So Charles Visser there on the second row alongside Davy van der Merwe. He'll be behind the top 2 there, Farhan Basha and Nathan Victor, and behind him will be Pretorius and Loosemore. Time to get the cars into formation now for the final time today. They'll come and take up the positions. The guys trying to get some heat into those front rubber with a bit of a, not really a practice start, but kind of a rolling start to try and get the tyres to at least light up on those front ends, to get a bit more heat into the rubber to ensure that they can get off the line well. Nathan Victor, Foreign Basha, Davy van der Merwe, Charles Visser, Anthony Pretorius, Jason Loosemore. They've taken up their positions. Behind them, Giordano Lupini, Bryce Pillay, the two black cars side by side. Dean Fenter and Roshan Goodman. What a start there from Roshan Goodman. His highest ever start there, I think. Other than in race 1 he was in 9th. So he's in 12th place there. He's ahead of Buxy Kamani. So Roshan Goodman definitely finding something special here in Cape Town. The 6th driver out of Team Red Racing. Lights are on, lights off. Here we go. For the last time today, last bit of action from the Extreme Festival's penultimate round, and it's Nathan Victor looking for the whole shot. He's got it by the looks of it, and heads into turn 1 with Foreign Basha right on his tail. Charles Visser side by side with Davy van der Merwe as they come through turn 1. A little bit of touching in the mid-pack. Pretorius out of shape. He catches it in that mid-pack. How he hung on, only he knows. That OMP Buckiness racing car was literally sideways with a small touch, I think, coming either from Bryce Pillay or Giordano Lupini. He goes high and wide into turn 2 Castrol. And he's sideways again. Completely out of shape and sideways was Anthony Pretorius, dropping himself back to about 5th last on the track. He's caught it, but he's fallen and comes side by side with Buxy Kamani as they come through turn 3. Now he just gets ahead of Kamani as they go into Sorrel Sweep for the first time. This time in anger, as opposed to the warm-up lap and the sighting lap that we've seen so far. Davy van der Merwe leads out though at the front end, trying to get away as he did in the first heat. If he does this, there's a possibility that the championship's going to be a lot closer heading into the final round at SupaCup on the 14th of October. Oh, what a start here. 12 laps of action coming away. This is the 12th one, the first one of 12 sorted. And it's Van der Merwe who leads out. Victor in second, Visser is third. Lupini is in the 4th spot by the looks of things. No, it's Foreign Basha actually. Then Lupini. Roshan Goodman late braking up the inside, trying to keep out Pretorius. So the rookie taking the man on who's got a little bit more experience than him in that Buckiness racing machine. Charles Visser trying to find a way through. Oh, but no, doesn't have to worry because Nathan Victor's going to help him out. Victor gets sideways, taps the side of Davy van der Merwe. That slows up both of them, and Charles Visser now ready to pounce. Foreign Basha waiting in the way in the sidelines there, also looking for an opportunity if it opens up. So Visser and Basha waiting for a chance as Victor came together there with van der Merwe coming out of turn 2. Victor slowed up slightly. He's also slowed up Visser now. Let's see if Charles gets that slipstream down the back straight. He needs to help him out. He's got to try and get through there. He can see Davy van der Merwe getting away. Can't afford to let van der Merwe get away. We saw what happened in the first race. He dominated from the front and no one could catch him. Visser putting the pressure on to Victor, trying to find a way through. Basha's there as well. QV Motorsport, Team Red Racing, Torcraft now joining the party with Giordano Lupini. Watch out as Charles Visser goes on the attack now, probably down into turn 1 to get through there on Nathan Victor. Giordano Lupini pulls out. Here comes Visser, has a look but doesn't quite go. Giordano Lupini's got some pressure now coming from Jason Loosemore. He was fastest on track on that last lap. So Loosemore now opening up. 26 dead there from Loosemore, fastest car on the circuit, and into the second lap of 12. Two completed, 10 to go. It's an amazing race here between these 4 competitors. Visser on the inside of Victor, going to try and force a mistake out of the Summit Racing man. So close between those cars. How evenly matched do you want this? We've now got 6 cars fighting for second. And Jason Loosemore still the fastest out of those 6 that are fighting for second. He's down in 6th place at the moment. Darby just getting away, making hay while there's no rain. That's what it's all about. Wouldn't say the sun's shining, but there's definitely no rain. And he's now trying to get away from this pack as they fight it out for second. You can see Victor's holding them up here. And with Nathan Victor holding them up, Darby van der Merwe is getting away. Charles Visser can see this. And he needs to get ahead of Nathan Victor. Darby was fastest this time, 25.9 out of the Polo out front from Nathan's Motorsport. Data and OMP. Carodia in a fight with Tyler Robinson further back in that pack. It's just outside of the top 10 there. Roshan Goodman in 11th. So it's for about 12th and 13th place on the track. Loosemore now side by side with Lupini as they come through Castro. Bryce Pillay going to try and make him pay as well. Loosemore was quickest again on 2 laps, but now that is in the hands of Darby van der Merwe. Jason Loosemore looking for going for a chance through on Giordano Lupini. Lupini shuts the door. Bryce Pillay sandwiches the second of the team red cars there between the 2 black cars heading towards Sorrel Sweep. Fisser's through. Charles Visser dives through, probably in turn 3 there. And out of Dempsey now leads Victor. He now can concentrate on trying to catch Darby van der Merwe over the next 8 laps. Visser won't worry about the cars behind him. He's going to concentrate on getting the hammer down and getting away from Nathan Victor, getting away from Faran Basha and Giordano Lupini. I'd love a bit of help there from Jason Loosemore, but he's 3 cars back at this stage. As much as Jay has been fast, he's not quite quick enough to help his teammate out just yet. Charles goes defensive into turn 1. Victor trying to go around the outside. Charles Visser will make him just slot in behind him. Faran Basha will just go line astern as well. A couple of cars running a little bit wide out of turn number 1 there. Just heard some tyres squealing. I think that might have been Pretorius trying to make up some ground here. Visser with a small mistake out of turn 2. Little wiggle out of the car as he came out of the wide line. And now that's brought Nathan Victor straight back into his back bumper. So Charles Visser feeling the pressure here of being the championship leader. He wanted to try and wrap it up this weekend. He's had 2 perfect weekends in a row over the last 2 rounds in PE and East London. He was fastest in qualifying. He was the pole man in Super Pole. He won both the races and set the fastest laps. So 2 perfect weekends. He was hoping for a 3rd one. Didn't quite work out that way. And Darby van der Merwe is just disappearing at the front end as he tries to go defensive here and keep out the rest of this pack. He cannot do anything about van der Merwe because he's having to fend off the intentions being shown by Nathan Victor in that Summit Racing floor store on trend Polo, the QV Motorsport Polo, and then Giordano Lupini in the Paybar and Torcraft car. Bryce Pillay has moved up slightly ahead. I think, yes, he's got through on Jason Loosemore. Basha with a little tap. Basha tapping the back end of Victor. Slowed the 2 of them up slightly, so that's given Charles a little bit of breathing room. Ferran now looks on the inside into turn 2, can't quite get there. Nathan Victor saw him coming, shut the door. As I said, a little bit of breathing room here for Visser. Due to the fact there was a bump there between Basha and Victor coming out of turn 1. Lupini, Bryce Pillay, Loosemore, and joining the back of Loosemore is Dean Fenter. I haven't really mentioned Dean Fenter much in this 3rd heat. Got to tell you something, Fenter's had a great weekend as well. Snuck into the Super Pole with a decision to go out late in the qualifying to avoid the traffic. And the man he pipped out of the top 6 is ahead of him right now in Jason Loosemore. Oh, what a move there from Basha. Faran Basha so late on the brakes, slides up the inside of Nathan Victor and slots up into 3rd. Let's see what Faran Basha can do about this. Can he catch Visser? Can he spoil Visser's chances of a 2nd place on the podium? Got a wing mirror tucked in on Charles' left-hand side. He's now under massive pressure from Farhan Basha, who's under pressure from Victor. Trying to return the favour. Coming back at Farhan as they head towards turn 2. Nathan's going to try the inside line. Farhan sees him coming, moves across. Closes the door. Here comes Gio. Gio around the outside, bringing Bryce Pillay and Loosemore. Loosemore on the inside. Loosemore dives on the inside of Bryce Pillay and comes back up ahead of him. Once again, puts that team red car between the two black machines. So Bryce Pillay now looking to try and come back at Jason Loosemore, but he's watching Dean Fenton in his rearview mirror as well. These guys are having to go on the attack and defensive at the same time. Charles Visser now sliding into Sorrel Sweep, trying to find something special over these next couple of laps. We've got 6 done and 6 to go. At the halfway stage, we got a 2-second lead for Davy van der Merwe. And usually, in Davy van der Merwe's case, that might be enough. Bryce Pillay side by side now with Fenta as they come onto the main straightaway. 5 laps to go. They are literally side by side there, Fenta and Pillay, as they come towards turn 1. VDN Auto and M-Town car inside of Pillay in that Design Lab and Metallica auto body car. Visser concentrating his efforts on getting away from Farhan Basha. Locks up slightly into Castrol. Dunlops are crying out here. Remember, they've had to fight for 3 heats of racing. 2 10-lappers and now a 12-lap final heat. Davy van der Merwe also starting to slide into Sorrel Sweep. The tyres starting to feel the effects of the day's racing. A little bit of touch of the dirt there from Giordano again. Charles on the last pass, 26.3. 26.2 from Farhan Basha, so he's about a 10th up in terms of pace there at the front end. Visser still got 4 to go to try and close this gap, which is now 2.2 seconds. Charles locks up. A little bit of tyre smoke heading into turn 1 there from Charles Visser's Team Red Racing, Universal Motorsport Polo. Farhan Basha for QV Motorsport there in second. He's got Detail Ease helping him out now as well by the looks of it. And then it's Summit Racing and Floor Store on trend. Nathan Victor. Paybar and Torcraft is Giordano Lupini. Second of the Team Red Racing machines there, the Renegade car of Jason Loosemore, multiple SA champion in oval track racing. Loosemore now stepping up onto the circuit full time this season. He's under a bit of pressure from Dean Fenta. Fenta in fact slides up his inside through Malmesbury. Oh, onto the grass goes Loosemore, and he just avoids those tyres, I think. Yes, he did. Whew, that was close. Loosemore just missing the tyres as they went flying out of Sorrel Sweep. An incredible run here from Jason Loosemore, but he's now finding it a little bit more difficult in the closing stages. So Davy van der Merwe hangs on to the lead, heading into 3 to go. 3 for Davy, 3 for Charles, 3 for Farhan. They seem to have got a little bit of breathing room there. There's still no breathing room between Victor and Giordano Lupini, and certainly nothing between Pillay and Fenta. Pretorius up the inside into turn 1, dropping Loosemore down into 9th. Oh, this has been such an incredible dice here, and I did say they were going to throw caution to the wind. Is that Goodman? Yep. Roshan Goodman just running a little bit wide out of turn 1. Fenta now side by side. Oh, almost a touch there between him and Pillay. Pillay comes back at Fenta. Mava doing such a good job. 2 wins out of 2 starts like this is certainly showing the kind of prowess that Davy van der Merwe's got. Remember, he was second in the championship, only by a couple of points. In fact, I think it went down to 1 point last year in the Polo Cup Championship. Inside line, so close there from Venter to come back at Pillay. Another big look coming out of Cape Town corner. Fostron. We got 2 to go. I think it's going to stay pretty much the same here in the top 5. Barring anything here from Giordano Lupini. Battle's still raging here between Pillay, Venter, Loosemore and Pretorius. Pretorius will be kicking himself for the 2 mistakes he made. He got a little bit shaken through turn 1 and then lost it all on his own sim in turn 2, dropping him to about 3rd last on track. And then once he got himself back into rhythm, unfortunately was too far back and had to fight through the field. He's done a great job as Anthony Pretorius. He's back into the top 10 and into single digits in 9th. But that's not enough. Not when your championship rivals are up the road fighting for 1st and 2nd. So Davy van der Merwe going to be starting his last lap at the top end of the field where he needs to be to keep Charles Visser within grasp heading to the final round of Polo Cup for 2023. The 27th season of Polo Cup will be wrapped up not here in Cape Town but at the Swartkops International World of Motoring on the 14th of October. Davy onto the last lap. Running for Nathan's Motorsport, OMP and Data as they head into this last lap. He's got a nice lead, 2.4 seconds up the road from Charles Visser. Visser about a second up the road there from Ferran Basha. Ferran is going to be on the top podium once again. Another fantastic outing here for Ferran Basha for QV Motorsport. He really has had a fantastic run here this weekend, setting the pace on Friday in qualifying as the fastest car, and then just couldn't quite get the lap he wanted to be this pole man after the Super Pole shootout. But he's been in the mix at the front all weekend. Definitely turning his luck around here in Cape Town as Ferran Basha. Right, here they come. Fostron corner for the last time. Will Gio have a go? Try and find a way through there on Nathan Victor. Nathan Victor's probably going to go defensive as all hell if he can, down into turn 5. Fostron corner, done and dusted for Davy van der Merwe. It's about 800 meters to the line, and here he comes. Great job, Davy van der Merwe. 2 wins of the 3 today. Charles Visser in second. Maintains the lead of the championship for Team Red Racing heading to the final round. Victor hangs on, beats out Gio. Oh, Rasley Harris. That's at Fostron. He's got out of shape on the banking on the last lap. Nicely done in the end to recover. Rest of the pack across the line there. Nice run from Roshan Goodman, from Tyler Robinson as well, out of Team Red Racing. Let's have a look at those unofficial results. Davy van der Merwe with the win ahead of Charles Visser, Ferran Basha, Nathan Victor and Giordano Lupini. Bryce Pillay in 6th beats out Loosemore. Dean Venter beats out Anthony Pretorius, and Mo Carodia for Fast 5 Motorsport and Lee Thompson Racing makes up the top 10 here in the final race of the penultimate round of the Extreme Festival. Wow, what a day's racing. Phenomenal race action. The weather played its part. Thank goodness we've had clear skies, although it has been overcast and windy. We didn't have any rain. And I can't tell you how much enjoyment we had here from the Extreme Festival. The action will continue, of course, as we head to Swartkops on the 14th of October for the final round of the National Championships Extreme Festival. We'll be there to bring you all the action. Please join us on our usual spots here on the Voice of Choice, on the Extreme Festival page, and on Two Wheels on the YouTube channel. We look forward to seeing you guys at that final round on the 14th of October. Don't forget, we've also got action just before then here at the Killarney International Raceway with the World Rallycross Championships coming back to South Africa. Make sure you stay tuned for that. It's going to be amazing action. And of course, once again to our team from 2 wheels and up to 60 seconds, an amazing job out there from our cameramen and our crew here. And of course, we'll be bringing you some of this action on Ignition in about 2 weeks' time as well. Make sure you check out all the highlights from some of the categories here this weekend. To the marshals and medics and all of their team from WPMC, we thank you for your time. We thank you to the fans and friends and family all around the world who've joined us on our live stream and here at the track. From my side, Greg Maloney, the voice of choice. Take care then. Bye-bye now.